84% of men.
As long as we come on air every evening, the whole world must listen. As long as we preach this very gospel, Chukwukika must be with us. Therefore, without any further hesitation, we must proceed to offer every prayer to Chukwu Okike Abiyama who resided in heaven. Therefore, as we always commence, not from today, but from of old, our Father who art in heaven, nna anyị nke bi n'eluigwe, ka aha gị dị nsọ, that your name may be hallowed by men, that we may bow at the mention of it, that we may offer every glory unto thee, that we may offer you every adoration and adulation, because there is none like thee. You fight our battles for us. Every blessed day you demonstrate through your kindness and your everlasting mercy that you are our Lord, our God, and our Creator. This evening we offer these your children unto thee all over this very planet that you created. They are listening across the entire 24 time zones on this very planet where they inhabit. They are listening to your gospel this very evening, this gospel of redemption, a gospel of hope, a gospel of restoration, a gospel of renewal, this very gospel of freedom, this very gospel of emancipation as only you ordained. That this very gospel must be preached, that mankind may be set free from the eternal damnation of the creation of the British. My goodness me, I want to remain in the spirit, because we must worship heaven. We answer your name, O Lord of hosts. Everything about us is designed to offer glory unto thee. We have atoned for our sins last year. This very year, we have not only atoned for our sins, we have spilled, we have shed blood, they have shed our blood. We have let our sacrifice be made unto thee. Even on the 30th of August, as we are being felled by the bullets of the enemy, by the workers of iniquity and of darkness, we remain very strong today to beckon upon thee, to ask you for your mercy and for your grace, to ensure that your kingdom is restored upon the face of the earth, that you can bring your healing hand to bear upon the life of those of them that you created for one singular purpose, and that purpose alone, which is to worship you in truth and in every honesty. Is there any way that we have erred? Is there any way that our ancestors may have sinned? We confess before a congregation of the whole of humanity to ask you, O Lord of hosts, to have mercy upon us. You must have mercy upon us. We have suffered enough. We have been subjugated enough. We have been tortured enough. We have been imprisoned enough. We did not do these people anything. Our only crime is to answer your name. Our only crime is to be born your children. Our only crime is to excel at everything that we place our hands into. Our only crime is to exhibit your glory and your blessing, which manifestedly is upon our lives every blessed day. That is why they want to kill us. That is why the British want to join those of them who don't know you, to destroy your creation and your inheritance. You will not allow shame to befall your name. You will not allow the enemies to triumph over the lives of your children, because you created us to exist, to worship, to honor, and to praise you. That is exactly what we are going to do when this Biafra comes. It will come in truth and in every honesty, because we remain every blessed day whiter than white and whiter than snow. Is there any way that we have sinned that you cannot forgive us our trespasses, to enable us to fulfill your own word, which was spoken thousands of years ago, that instead of what you promised not to come to pass, that heaven and earth will cease to exist? You opened your mouth to bless mankind to the coming of Yahweh Yeshua, who came here and said, let your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. Those words can never be in vain because they are anchored upon your holiness and your magnificence. That is why in the end we know that Biafra will come, that these children that we have given birth to all over the world, and their children, and their children, and their children, as long as they give birth to them and they are Biafrans, they will worship you in truth and honesty. Through this very work we are doing, mankind will come to understand you. Let your miracle be wrought in our lives. Let us witness and behold your magnificence, your holiness, your mystery, and your grace under our command. O Lord of hosts, we call upon you. We call upon you to heal. We call upon you to provide succor to those of them who are inconsolable. We ask you to come and strengthen those who are weak. We ask you to restore hope where there is hopelessness. We ask you for inclusion where there is destitution. We ask you for one brotherhood, one camaraderie, one bone, one blood, and one flesh of your children, the Efiks and the Bibios, the Izon, the Shekiri, the Isobos, and also those of them from Isoko. We are traveling all the way to the lands of Igala. We are moving on from there to Idoma, to Igede, to the territories of the Igbo land. All these places we dedicate unto thee. All these lands of yours, we ask you to cover it with your mercy. Because Biafra will come, and when it does, we will dance on the streets. I'm telling you, by the time that we are done, humanity will think that we are mad, we are drunk in your glory, and rightfully so, because your kingdom will come to rest upon this very earth. That very kingdom is the unadulterated, non-negotiable sovereignty of the Republic of Biafra, that your will may be fulfilled in our time. All this we pray, all these we ask for, in no other name apart from that name that belongs to you. He said, my name is Namdekano. I am the leader of Indeed.
He is the leader of the citizens of all Biafrans in the world, both in the homeland and the other diaspora. On that note, I welcome you to this program. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depend on where you are domiciled in this world. I greet you, my President, Mazen Namdekan. I greet you, my Prime Minister Simon Ebanjoko. I greet you, my DPM, Dr. Ngozi Orabeze, the mother of a nation called United States of Biafra, the mother who put us on a track, on a legal path of having a document of our nation, who put us on that track how every other countries in Africa becomes country, and they are all existing, they are all countries where many of us travel into today. That is why we thank you, and we also pray, use you as point of contact, that Chukwu Okabia may continue to protect and bless Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ibanjoko, and all Genu Biafrans under you declared. I thank you for all you do to stand at this time. So as I welcome you to today's program, please endeavor to welcome one another by your like. When you put the like share, and comment. It is very, very imperative if you do so, because by doing so, you are inviting more people to come to listen to the message that we are sending. The message to remind all those claiming they are one Nigeria, to the UN, to the EU, to the US, and all the Christians nations, history of Turkey, Syria, Jordan is repeating in Nigeria today. How these countries I mentioned right now becomes a country is just the history that is repeating as we are moving. We also want UN and EU and all the Christian countries in the world and those good Muslims that are not into violence. We want to remind you that what is happening in Nigeria is not whether climate change, but rather it is agenda. It is evidence of how Turkey, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, Egypt, many more, how they are once a former Christian country and present today, they are all what? Muslim, they are all Islamic country with violence. And how do they started is what to be in your mind. They all started through what is happening in Nigeria today: violence, massacring, buying, abduction of the indigenous people. I said what? They try to take away the every indigenous people. That is how they are started. And that is how all these countries I'm going to mention prove to you today. You will see that in the beginning, that they are not Muslim country. They are not into Sharia law. But today, they have implemented Sharia law. They supported the massacre of the Christians and every indigenous person. That is why I ask you to do me one favor, please. As you join, hit the like button. We are bringing you the message of reminder of those things the world are forgotten how it happens and how the history is repeating in front of us. And instead of the world to pay attention to understand that this is history, this is a pure information, or the way that these countries I am going to mention today, how them all becomes a country, is what we are passing through today. That is where Nigeria stands at this moment. I also want you to know that in all these countries that we are going to go through, how they become Islam and how they're using Sharia law, how they become radical Muslim today, is one of the most important things that we are going to look into. And then you look at that to compare to what's the agenda of what is happening in Nigeria today, that we are having every blessed day kidnapping, forceful appearance of our people, the mass burial, is one thing that as we are proceeding, you will see clearly that this is the way that all these countries that have turned from being a Christian country, they turn into Sharia, Islam law, and all that they are doing today. Why is it important? It's important to me to send a message to the world as the UN is having their summit, as the EU is having their summit, and every summit or the gathering that is going on in the world, we want the world to understand that this is not a climate weather change or weather climate change that is well orchestrated and being engineered from somewhere. You know, people will say it can never happen. It happened in Turkey. It can never happen. It happens in Syria. It can never happen. It happened in Jordan. It can never happen. It happened in Lebanon. It can never happen. It happened in Egypt. You are going to hear countries that there was never Muslim or Islam before. But today, they are head of Islam. They are head of radical Muslim. These violent Muslims that are buying people in Biafra land. And you can never see any one of them condemning this genocide that is going on. Do you know why? Because that is the process they went through before they become a full nation that they are today. When they see another people that are going through the way, through the road that they followed for them to achieve their own country, what they do is normally to support those countries. That is why we are calling on the Christian countries in the world to quickly recognize US declared as their own nation, that we end ongoing genocide and all this massacre that is going on today is only US declared has the power to do. That is why we have issued a peaceful redeclaration of our lost nation, the loss of this Christian nation. The silence of the world, the silence of America, the silence of Israel, the silence of Sweden, the silence of Norway, all the Christian country, Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, you are silent is why Italy is why you are seeing the massacre. That is why you are seeing the genocide. But let me tell you, recognition of this new country is what will end all these killings that is going on today. And we have give world a better chance, give them a legal path of how they can recognize you already declared as the only solution. We want all these bishops or all the reverend fathers that are doing the shenanigans in Nigeria, that are being paid, other one Nigeria, to understand it clearly. That is agenda, or how even to stop you from preaching whatever you think that you are preaching. It's only way to stop and end it is what they are doing to you. Bishop has said nothing about it. All of them that are in churches today leading us are doing nothing about the killings, and they are denying it. But we are happy that every evidence is in the open. We are happy that everything that is happening today has been recorded and keep on a safer side, so that when you doubt it, we will give you that. That is why we are asking the world that your silence is why the massacre. Bishop has never said, is it why the world is not talking? Bishop holds no recognition for any country. Bishop holds no recognition for any country. That is why we are calling on countries in Africa direct to do what? To recognize their own fellow Christian country that will save the life of all the Christian country in that death sentence called one Nigeria. The more you delay, the more people are being paid, the more we face mass burial. So for us to not to face this mass burial, for us not to face this kidnapping, for us to not to face this abuse of human treatment and beheading of the people, that is why we have given the world the option that recognizing US declared only 1 year we will end the genocide. We are going to end genocide. Because through this genocide is how Turkey becomes a country. Through massacring of the indigenous people that are Christians is how Jordan becomes a country. That is how Iran becomes a country. That is how Lebanon becomes there is a lot of things that has happened in the past that we are seeing that is happening today. That is why we not hesitate to let the world know that your delay is why people are being paid every blessed day. You are delayed is why the massacre is going on. Your delay is why the kidnapping is going on, because it's only us can end it, and it's only us, the people of Biafra, know what it takes to end all this impunity and all this killing of the indigenous people. I want all the world to know that if Donald Trump or America or any Christian country feeling like what we're saying is lie, that is just a weather climate change or whatever they may call it, when we start rolling on the document we have here on our research, then we want you to come on this platform to debunk it, that is a pure lie. But we want the world to sincerely know that it's only through another fellow Christian country that every Christian will be saved. That another Christian country is the 29th November 2024, the redeclaration of United State of Biafra. That is what we want the world to understand. And this is how we can save. Through that, the people will have right of self-determination by themselves and their army, where their citizens will be the one to govern them, not any other human being to govern their territory. So there we know who comes in, who goes, and how many minutes you have to be here. These are the things that we're experiencing all over the country where we are. But you don't want your people to see the good life. You don't want your people to inherit it. But that is why USB is here, to end Osman Dan Fodio, to end Islamization of the every indigenous person. Please, UN, you have a role to play. Your role is to organize us officially. EU, your role is to organize us officially. Italy, recognition is what we need from you. We will end that thing you see, and we will also end the Islamization of the Christian citizens who are living, that are being chased away from their territory. We want the world to pay attention. We want the world to pay attention, with key interest to save the life of every indigenous person, not just to make a mouth, not just to talk, but it's all about following the reality. And the reality is why we are here, to let the world know that the reality of what is happening in Nigeria is Islamization agenda. Nobody should shy away anymore for this. Nobody should shy away. Nobody should like, oh, it doesn't concern, it concerns everybody. It is very important, very obvious that the world must hear from us, because we have suffered enough. We have suffered what? Enough. In the hands of all these colonial masters. So on that reason, I welcome you for us to go to history of Turkey, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon. Let us see how these countries turn back and to where they are. So for you, that's when we tell you that the only solution is US declared, and you are doubting it. Hey. The world must hear us, and the world must grant USB what we are looking for. Because what we are looking for is a pure betterment of the world. I said what? It is pure betterment, which is USB declared is the betterment of the world and no more war again. So listen to
Throughout
this.
history, the global religious map has shifted dramatically. Several regions and modern-day countries that are now overwhelmingly Islamic were once the absolute centers of other religions, most notably Christianity and Zoroastrianism. To
I hope you are
understand how
hearing
these
it.
transformations happened, it is helpful to look at the specific historical shifts of these nations. 1. Former Christian lands that are now majority Muslim. Before the rise and spread of Islam in the 7th century, the Mediterranean basin, North Africa, and the Middle East were the heartlands of the Christian world. Egypt, once Coptic Christian, what it was
Are you hearing
before.
it?
Egypt was one of the earliest and most important centers of Christianity. By the 4th century, the vast majority of Egyptians were Christians, known as Coptic Christians, under Byzantine Roman rule. How it changed. Arab Muslim armies conquered Egypt from the Byzantine Empire in 641 AD. The transition was not overnight. It took several centuries for Islam to become the majority religion, around the 13th to 14th centuries. The reasons. Many locals converted over generations due to economic incentives, such as avoiding the jizya, a special tax on non-Muslims, while later periods under Mamluk rule saw heavier pressures, the destruction of churches, and social marginalization that accelerated conversion. Today, Egypt is about 90% Muslim, with the remaining 10% being Coptic Christians. Turkey/Anatolia, the heart of the Byzantine Christian Empire, what it was before. Historically known as Anatolia, this region was the center of the Eastern Roman, Byzantine Empire. Cities like Constantinople, Istanbul, Ephesus, and Antioch were the very cradle of Greek Orthodox Christianity and early Christian theology. How it changed. Starting in the 11th century, Turkic tribes, the Seljuks, began migrating into and conquering parts of Anatolia. In 1453, the Ottoman Turks captured Constantinople, bringing a formal end to the Byzantine Empire. The reasons. Over centuries of Ottoman rule, the native Greek and Armenian Christian populations gradually shrank due to conversion, assimilation, and the migration of Muslims into the region. Following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and the population exchange between Greece and Turkey in 1923, Turkey became almost entirely Muslim, 99%. Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon, the cradle of Christianity. What they were before. These Levantine nations are where Christianity originally began. Before the Arab Islamic conquests, the Levant was almost entirely Christian, with major patriarchates in Antioch and Jerusalem. How they changed. Conquered in the 7th century, these areas gradually became Muslim over hundreds of years. Unlike some other regions, Lebanon and Syria maintained very large, influential Christian minorities, such as the Maronites in Lebanon and Greek Orthodox in Syria, due to the mountainous terrain which provided refuge. Today, Syria and Jordan are majority Muslim, while Lebanon remains highly religiously diverse, roughly 60% Muslim and 40% Christian. North Africa, the Maghreb, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya. What they were before. Roman North Africa was a major Christian powerhouse. Famous early Christian saints and theologians, such as Saint Augustine of Hippo from modern-day Algeria, and Tertullian, lived and wrote here. How they changed. Following the Arab conquests in the late 7th century, Christianity in North Africa declined much more rapidly than it did in Egypt or the Levant. By the 12th to 13th centuries, local native Christianity had almost completely disappeared from the region, largely due to strict policies by ruling dynasties like the Almohads. Today, these nations are virtually 99% Muslim. 2. Former non-Christian, non-Islamic lands that are now Muslim. Some of the most powerful Islamic nations today practiced entirely different, non-Christian religions before adopting Islam. Iran/Persia, once Zoroastrian, what it was before. For over 1,000 years, the Persian Empire's state religion was Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest monotheistic faiths, centered on the struggle between light, good, Ahura Mazda, and darkness/evil, Ahriman. How it changed. The Muslim Rashidun Caliphate conquered the Sasanian Persian Empire between 633 and 651 AD. The reasons. Zoroastrianism's close ties to the fallen royal state caused it to lose institutional power. Over the next few centuries, Persians converted to Islam. However, the Persians fiercely guarded their language, Farsi, and cultural identity, resisting Arabization. In the 16th century, the Safavid dynasty forcibly converted Iran from Sunni Islam to Shia Islam, cementing its modern religious identity. Indonesia, once Hindu and Buddhist, what it was before. Indonesia is home to the world's largest Muslim population today, but for centuries it was dominated by powerful Hindu and Buddhist empires, such as the Srivijaya and Majapahit empires. Great stone temple complexes like Borobudur, Buddhist, and Prambanan, Hindu, still stand as testaments to this era. How it changed. Islam did not arrive in Indonesia through military conquest. Instead, it spread peacefully starting in the 13th century through trade routes and Sufi missionaries. Muslim merchants from India, Persia, and Arabia established trading ports, and local rulers gradually adopted Islam to secure better trade partnerships. By the 16th century, Islam had become the dominant religion across the Indonesian archipelago. Summary of why these transitions happened. Historically, the spread of Islam and the conversion of these nations happened through three primary methods. 1. Gradual assimilation and taxation. Following military conquests, early Islamic empires did not typically force immediate conversions. Instead, they implemented the jizya tax. Over generations, many communities converted to avoid the tax and gained full social, political, and economic rights within the empire. 2. Peaceful trade and Sufi missionaries. In regions like Southeast Asia, Indonesia and Malaysia, and parts of West Africa, Islam was adopted voluntarily because it was tied to lucrative global trade networks and promoted by mystic Sufi teachers. 3. Political and military pressure. In later centuries, during periods of instability, some ruling dynasties, like the Mamluks in Egypt or the Almohads in North Africa, applied much harsher pressures, leading to faster, sometimes forced, conversions to consolidate their political control. Several regions and modern-day countries that are now overwhelmingly Islamic were once the absolute centers of other religions, most notably Christianity and Zoroastrianism. To understand how these transformations happened, it is helpful to look at the specific historical shifts of these nations. 1. Former Christian lands that are now majority Muslim. Before the rise and spread of Islam in the 7th century, the Mediterranean basin, North Africa, and the Middle East were the heartlands of the Christian world. Egypt, once Coptic Christian, what it was before. Egypt was one of the earliest and most important centers of Christianity. By the 4th century, the vast majority of Egyptians were Christians, known as Coptic Christians, under Byzantine Roman rule. How it changed. Arab Muslim armies conquered Egypt from the Byzantine Empire in 641 AD. The transition was not overnight. It took several centuries for Islam to become the majority religion, around the 13th to 14th centuries. The reasons. Many locals converted over generations due to economic incentives, such as avoiding the jizya, a special tax on non-Muslims, while later periods under Mamluk rule saw heavier pressures, the destruction of churches, and social marginalization that accelerated conversion. Today, Egypt is about 90% Muslim, with the remaining 10% being Coptic Christians. Turkey/Anatolia, the heart of the Byzantine Christian Empire, what it was before. Historically known as Anatolia, this region was the center of the Eastern Roman, Byzantine Empire. Cities like Constantinople, Istanbul, Ephesus, and Antioch were the very cradle of Greek Orthodox Christianity and early Christian theology. How it changed. Starting in the 11th century, Turkic tribes, the Seljuks, began migrating into and conquering parts of Anatolia. In 1453, the Ottoman Turks captured Constantinople, bringing a formal end to the Byzantine Empire. The reasons. Over centuries of Ottoman rule, the native Greek and Armenian Christian populations gradually shrank due to conversion, assimilation, and the migration of Muslims into the region. Following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and the population exchange between Greece and Turkey in 1923, Turkey became almost entirely Muslim, 99%. Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon, the cradle of Christianity. What they were before. These Levantine nations are where Christianity originally began. Before the Arab Islamic conquests, the Levant was almost entirely Christian, with major patriarchates in Antioch and Jerusalem. How they changed. Conquered in the 7th century, these areas gradually became Muslim over hundreds of years. Unlike some other regions, Lebanon and Syria maintained very large, influential Christian minorities, such as the Maronites in Lebanon and Greek Orthodox in Syria, due to the mountainous terrain which provided refuge. Today, Syria and Jordan are majority Muslim, while Lebanon remains highly religiously diverse, roughly 60% Muslim and 40% Christian. North Africa, the Maghreb, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya. What they were before, Roman North Africa was a major Christian powerhouse. Famous early Christian saints and theologians, such as Saint Augustine of Hippo from modern-day Algeria, and Tertullian, lived and wrote here. How they changed. Following the Arab conquests in the late 7th century, Christianity in North Africa declined much more rapidly than it did in Egypt or the Levant. By the 12th to 13th centuries, local native Christianity had almost completely disappeared from the region, largely due to strict policies by ruling dynasties like the Almohads. Today, these nations are virtually 99% Muslim. 2. Former non-Christian, non-Islamic lands that are now Muslim. Some of the most powerful Islamic nations today practiced entirely different, non-Christian religions before adopting Islam. Iran/Persia, once Zoroastrian, what it was before. For over 1,000 years, the Persian Empire's state religion was Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest monotheistic faiths, centered on the struggle between light, good, Ahura Mazda, and darkness/evil, Ahriman. How it changed. The Muslim Rashidun Caliphate conquered the Sasanian Persian Empire between 633 and 651 AD. The reasons. Zoroastrianism's close ties to the fallen royal state caused it to lose institutional power. Over the next few centuries, Persians converted to Islam. However, the Persians fiercely guarded their language, Farsi, and cultural identity, resisting Arabization. In the 16th century, the Safavid dynasty forcibly converted Iran from Sunni Islam to Shia Islam, cementing its modern religious identity. Indonesia, once Hindu and Buddhist. What it was before. Indonesia is home to the world's largest Muslim population today, but for centuries it was dominated by powerful Hindu and Buddhist empires, such as the Srivijaya and Majapahit empires. Great stone temple complexes like Borobudur, Buddhist, and Prambanan, Hindu, still stand as testaments to this era. How it changed. Islam did not arrive in Indonesia through military conquest. Instead, it spread peacefully starting in the 13th century through trade routes and Sufi missionaries. Muslim merchants from India, Persia, and Arabia established trading ports, and local rulers gradually adopted Islam to secure better trade partnerships. By the 16th century, Islam had become the dominant religion across the Indonesian archipelago. Summary of why these transitions happened. Historically, the spread of Islam and the conversion of these nations happened through three primary methods. 1. Gradual assimilation and taxation. Following military conquests, early Islamic empires did not typically force immediate conversions. Instead, they implemented the jizya tax. Over generations, many communities converted to avoid the tax and gain full social, political, and economic rights within the empire. 2. Peaceful trade and Sufi missionaries. In regions like Southeast Asia, Indonesia and Malaysia, and parts of West Africa, Islam was adopted voluntarily because it was tied to lucrative global trade networks and promoted by mystic Sufi teachers. 3. Political and military pressure. In later centuries, during periods of instability, some ruling dynasties, like the Mamluks in Egypt or the Almohads in North Africa, applied much harsher pressures, leading to faster, sometimes forced, conversions to consolidate their political control.
Before we go into our exposition, we welcome everyone through the comment section first. Before we proceed, today we have Ogonayas, number one person today. Thank you so much. She stand on the protocol. Hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. Hashtag, Nigeria must go out of Biafra land. Yes. Good morning, Samada. Good afternoon from my location. I greet you too. Thank you for coming. As you always do. Thank you. We have Amadishi Gozie, second today. Hashtag, I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. Thank you. That is our good morning. So, hashtag, Nigeria must go. Biafra is a nation. Thank you. I have a new follower today, Ifani. Ifani, thank you so much. You're welcome to the platform. Please subscribe Like if you never do so. If it's the first time of coming to the page, the like on your phone, there is a three dot in front of you on your phone. Click on that three dot, it will open. You will see like and share there. Please do that. Honorable, good afternoon from here. Good afternoon from here. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Rebetish said, I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra, Christian nation, and Operation Nigeria Must Go is active in the 40 states of Biafra land. God bless Maz Shinos, Maz Nandekanos, PM, DPM, and all Biafra, including also you, that always look out and come to comment and listen to the program. Honorable Uche said, hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra, land, USBG national. Thank you. That is who we are. Yes, I have Wada Nenaya. He said to President Mazen Kanu, yes, and she said, hashtag, I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. Nigeria must leave Biafra land because Biafra is a sovereign nation. In short, Nigeria must go. Thank you. That is a wonderful one. I see Mommy Happy Ume. I greet you from here. Thanks so much for remembering us today. I stand on my mandate, USBG, hashtag Nigeria must go, as you always do. Thank you so much. The world has not forgot. They just care about their selfish interests. Pure. That is also what I have to remind them. Hashtag I am Chris Biafran son. Hashtag I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra Nation, USBG. He said, Chris Biafran son said, USB government has come to stay forever and ever. Our country has come to stay forever and ever. He also said, USB nation is our only hope to stop Islamization agenda, to stop the massacre, to stop the pain of the Christians, and we can never submit ourselves to Islam. What happened in Turkey, what happened in Syria has never happened because of Mazen Kanu and Simon Ebanjok. If not for them, it could have been happened. Dogwenugu, one of the most prominent founding father, the forefathers that signed their signature that Biafra should be a country under the name United States of Biafra. I see you here, I see you also blessing. I see you the blessed. I see you. Thank you so much. I see you, Nicolas Sabara. Thank you so much. Mazi, hashtag I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. That one. This one they sweet me. No, that's one they sweet me. Pass to hear this one. Hashtag Nigeria must go out of Biafra land. Yes, so enemies must go. And he said in the Omazri Biafra TV in the too. There were two. I see you. Finally, you are the last person. Also blessed. USB is my nation. It's also my own nation, not only you alone. That is one thing that everybody must have at the back of their mind. Now we move into the program. As we are moving into the program, I want you to be commenting, also like and share to different platforms or different WhatsApp group where you belong. For those under IPOB that are still hope that Nigeria will be a better place for them, things are happening. Until you pay attention, until you decide to know, then you know what you don't know is bigger than you. I said what? What you don't know is bigger than you. But because of we have understand it today, this is why we can stand up to tell the world, look at what is happening. What is happening in Nigeria that we are seeing the massacre, the genocide, the killing every blessed day is because of what? The agenda, the conquest. Remember the word. There will be no Islamic agenda without conquest. Conquest means massacring, buying the indigenous people, kill them in number, take over their family, take over their territory, and everything that belongs to them is by force. And that by force is not just only throwing hand. There is granules, there's gun and bullet on it. That is why you are seeing the killings. That is why you are seeing the genocide. That is why you are seeing every abuse of rights in Nigeria today, because of they have accepted within the law of their own that we are Islamization country. That is why when you start attacking US, look at where I laugh. The only thing I have removed you from this attack is what you had on to continue try to destroy it. It is very important that we all listen to this program and share. When we cut the program to post on TikTok, on S handle, on our WhatsApp group, also do your own. Remind the world. Let them know that we, the Biafran people, understand why we issue a peaceful declaration of our lost country. So, based on what is going on in the world, and based on what is happening in Nigeria today, you have heard about all these countries, about how many of them? About 10 to 15, just as an example, that there was never in the root of them Islam that is using Sharia law. Sorry about that. But look at them today. They are all what? Islam country with a violence movement that is repeating today in Nigeria. Nothing like climate change, nothing like weather change, nothing. Those are a very wrong political wells that they used to pretend. Those political correctness is not at this stage that we are into. Because the only way we can save, the world can save the people's life is by what? By putting the word straight, call a spade a spade. It's not by romancing the word to prove a political correctness. No. Throughout history, the global region map has shifted. Throughout history, the global region map has shifted. Several regions and the modern day countries that are now overwhelming Islam, we are once the absolutely center of other regions, other religions, most notable Christians and whatever it may be, that every country in the world, both in the old and the new, that was never Islam country, that was Christian country, look at the world, that it has been the global religion map has been shifted. Several religions and the modern day countries that are now overwhelming Islam, like the government. That is why they are buying people. But it must come through violence. And the violence what they are doing today on us. To understand how this transformation happened, it is helpfully to look at the specific historical shift of these nations. Now, let us see how this happened. And as we are looking to how it happens, put your mind to what is going on in Nigeria today, you will see is the same method of madness, the same agenda, the same protocol, the same plan, the same way that all these countries becomes a country is where Nigeria is right now. One, former Christian country land that are now majority Muslim. Former Christian country land that are now majority Muslim. I hope you can see. It's not going to happen. And then they're here, they let us to understand is between old and new in the modern day world. Before the rise and separate of Islam in the 7th centuries, the area based North Africa and the Middle East were the heartland of Christian world. That there are the world, North Africa and the Middle East were the heartland of Christians. But today, are they still the heartland of Christians? The answer is no. Nigeria is implementing, look at how other countries got to where they are to become Islam country and implementing it. Then we that are fighting for Biafra refuse to check how other countries achieve their own and implement the same law or the same criteria. That every country achieve their own through a government in exile that issue a peaceful redeclaration of the lost country and achieve recognition. This is how they become a nation. Because it's good to know this. Look at it. Africa and the Middle East were the heartland of Christian world. And what happened today? Are they see the heartland of the Christian country? The answer is no. They use conquer to conquer them and take over. The same method that the government implemented the criteria of called Islamic violence country is what Nigeria represents today. How can they do it? They said they must spy and put on the depopulation of the every Christians, proving that they are the highest number. That is why you are seeing the mass burial every blessed day. It's an agenda that's they want to accomplish. But in all we do not forget that it's only Biafra, US will declared, can end this ongoing impunity. If not for that, we are doomed. But in USB, nothing has happened to us. Let's continue. So I will play the audio, I will pause, and we'll continue. Egypt wants a Coptic Christian, a whole Egypt. Are you listening? Hey, you can never do it in Nigeria. Nigeria is a secular law on my foot, a secular law on your mouth. What Mazen Kanu see and say, no, let us go. What Odumegwu Ojukwu see and say, please, my people, let us leave this enclave. That is what we are seeing today, and we are doing, and you think that we are doing the right thing. We want the world. We want UN. We want EU and the Americans to understand the game. You know what they are doing. But you see that evil money, that's evil blood money are taking from our land. And that is why you are keeping silence over all this massacre. Refuse to do the needful. The needful is to end it, is recognition of Biafra as a nation. Recognition of the US being declared is the only solution to end the massacre, to end the impunity, to end Islamization. If not for that, the Christians in Nigeria, if not for us, could have been also marginalized by now, because the method is what we are seeing today. What was before? Egypt was one of the alien and most important center of Christianity. Was what? Was one of the most important center of Christianity, Egypt. Today, are they still Christian? The answer is no. By the 4th century, the visit majority of Egyptian were Christians. They are cocktail Christians under Byzantine Roman rule. What I want to pick up from here, you know Egypt today, right? That Egypt was before what? Was a place that Christians in the world or in Africa visited. And today, the majority of what Egypt was, they are all Christians. But today, Egypt is still a Christian. It's not in the eyes of those Christians that this radical movement of taking what's going to belong to them started. Are they not there? They are there. Today, all of them has accepted what? Islam. Listen.
Throughout history, the global religious map has shifted dramatically. Several regions and modern-day countries that are now overwhelmingly Islamic were once the absolute centers of other religions, most notably Christianity and Zoroastrianism. To understand how these transformations happened, it is helpful to look at the specific historical shifts of these nations. 1. Former Christian lands that are now majority Muslim. Before the rise and spread of Islam in the 7th century, the Mediterranean basin, North Africa, and the Middle East were the heartlands of the Christian world. Egypt, once Coptic Christian, what it was before. Egypt was one of the earliest and most important centers of Christianity. By the 4th century, the vast majority of Egyptians were Christians, known as Coptic Christians, under Byzantine Roman rule. How it changed. Arab Muslim armies conquered Egypt from the Byzantine Empire in 641 AD. The transition was not overnight. It took several centuries for Islam to become the majority religion, around the 13th to 14th centuries.
I hope you're listening. Remember that word, conquering. Remember that word, conquest. They must implement you to accept them through a violence means. Can't you see that what they are doing in Nigeria did not start today? Now, can you understand? That is why we want the world to know that the world will close their eyes and allow it to happen to us. Even if they decide we will never accept it, unless we all perish, we perish. But for us to allow them to conquer us, like what happened in Egypt, it can never happen. Talk less of now that we have a full government that are taking control and proving effectiveness to govern its own citizens. We want the world that everything that is happening in Nigeria today is a criteria of Islamization, of conquest. That is what is happening in Nigeria today. The transition was not overnight. It's from one state to another. Today, Nigeria has captured up to 14 states. Islam has captured up to 14 states in the north. This is how they said that the conquest, the transition to Islam through the conquest or military arm of it is not overnight issue. They will start buying the people. They will start forcing them to disappear from their territory so they can be able to take over. This is how they have taken over the 14 states in the north. It's all about to they have taken another 2 up. My people, the Biafran people. You see why we have to focus on USB. The only way to end this. You don't know why they keep Mazan Khan in prison, because Mazan Khan spoil the show for them. But it will be a come and finish the spoiling of all the activities. I want you to sincerely to thank our DPM, Dr. Ngozo Rabeze, to stand against all odds in Finland, and stood on that pulpit that day and uttered that word and redeclared the lost country into a new one, United States of what? Biafra. Look at all that happened and what we are passing through today. Tell me what you are seeing as happening in Nigeria with what we are playing out here. Is it any different from the conquest of the people? Can you conquest or conquer them with empty hand? The answer is no. Something must be in your hand. The world must listen attentively to the Biafran people. Nobody. When you listen to all these stories and all these histories, you might think, oh, it's not happening to us. Those people, when someone was telling Egyptian people, like, look at where you're ending up, they will say no until it happens. Do you understand? Until that the same thing happened. Honestly, we have understand it clearly that the violence that this Islamization agenda in Nigeria brought is not peaceful. It's all about rough. It is about gun and bullets. Then you become a country under them. What is this, my people? What is this? What is this? It takes several countries from Islam to become the minority region around 13th, 14th centuries. Is he when this level of violence, is he when this level of kidnapping, is when this level of buying of indigenous people started, that did not start today? It is very important. You understand it? For Islam to become the majority region around 13 to 14 countries or centuries, the reason many local combatants converted over generations due to economy. That is when you see them, oh, they are borrowing people money. Once you collect that money, you become one of them.
The reasons. Many locals converted over generations due to economic incentives, such as avoiding...
Are you hearing it? Because of money. Some of us in this country where we are, they meet us, give us money for us to join them. But that is not what brings us. That is not who we are. We are pure Christians from heart. I hope you are listening.
The jizya, a special tax on non-Muslims. While later periods under Mamluk rule saw heavier pressures, the destruction of churches, and social marginalization that accelerated...
The what? The destruction of churches that you are seeing there in Nigeria started far back from Egypt in their own. Those people started far back. We are talking about what happened and how every other nation lost their own country. So at this time, if you are still attacking your own country, but it must go through down the history line that they normally implement destruction of church. They will destroy church. They will destroy houses. They will burn down houses, and they say, through this by force, marginalization that we are facing to today because of the agenda of what? Islam. So, the reason many local converted over generously due to economy. They always claim that they have money. That is why you have word of this, bank of the other one. All these things to use to implement words to take out your territory. They will use it, and you had it here. It's all about marginalization. And everyone today need to hear this. This is through this marginalization, through this by force, through this intimidation, 90% of Egypt today are Muslim. You can see a whole 90%. Why the Muslim remaining only 10%? That the Christians remain only 10%. This is the narrative they are pushing in Nigeria as the criteria to become a member of Islamist organization, to prove that you are their own country. You see what is happening here? That now that those that are Christian in Egypt is only 10%. Why those that by force you to be with them are 90% Muslim? What it tells you? That is what is happening. That is what is going on in Nigeria. That is what we are passing through. And I want you to know that is only what we end this is our US declared is the only solution. A separate nation outrightly from these people, which we have done on November 20, 1924 in Helsinki, Latvia, Finland. We must take precaution. True support is really declared is the only way you are taking precaution. But if you're not doing that, you are deceiving yourself. You are waiting for Islamization agenda, because it will actually happen. Don't you hear that? It takes them years. It's not overnight something. It's a gradually step. They are planning it. They have planned in Nigeria and do like that rain. They are planning. If you want money, they will give you. If you want location, if you want loan, they will give you. That is what is there. All these things is a strategy to lay you down and put you for where they belong. It is very imperative. While later period under Maluluku reviews some having some heavily pressure, the destruction of churches and social migration. That's sorry, once again. As they are migrating into their movement, why are they migrating? They are migrating to tell you that this is country belongs to us. This is what we want you will do. And that leads to what? To the killing of the Christians in Egypt. The same way they are killing the Christians today in Nigeria, and the abduction of our people, kidnapping, and all this method that has happened in Egypt is what have transferred to us today. It is very important. That imagine the world that a country that was authentic, original what? Christian nation has turned back to become Islam. And they are saying that we are 90%. Why the Christian population is 10%? Use your brain and know what is to come.
Rated conversion. Today, Egypt is about 90% Muslim, with the remaining 10% being Coptic Christians. Turkey / Anatolia, the heart of the Byzantine Christian Empire, what it was before. Historically known as Anatolia, this region was the center of the Eastern Roman Byzantine Empire. Cities like Constantinople, Istanbul, Ephesus, and Antioch were the very cradle of Greek Orthodox Christianity and early Christian theology. How it changed.
I hope how it changed. Turkey was never Muslim or Islam country before. Turkey. Because if it can happen there, it can happen anywhere. Their method is to put you under fear. Their method is to put you under pressure. Their method is to make you look like you don't know what you're, so they can be able to suppress you down. Marginalization and the intimidation is their own. what it was before. Historically known as Antilonia, the region was the center of the Eastern Roman Empire, Christianity. But today what happened? Turkey. Is it not where the Muslims they go their pilgrimage? That is a Christian country before. That thought they become the one of the most active. So what it was is what you want back, but the new one cannot hold. We want the world to know that their silent keeping on Biafra recognition is why you are seeing the buying, the massacre, the abomination, the beheading of head, and all kinds of this happening there, because it is never. Look at Turkey as one of the examples. And I also give one of them from Africa. He said it's a rotation, continual movement from them until they thought that securing Nigeria could be the easy way for them. Before Tobian and before Mazen Kana said no and hand over to Simon Neba for us to continue to achieve it as a country so he can come out. What we are doing today is to do the exposition of how all this is happening. Please, I'll ask you to please like and share the program if you can.
Starting in the 11th century, Turkic tribes, the Seljuks, began migrating into and conquering parts of Anatolia. In 1453, the Ottoman Turks captured Constantinople, bringing a formal end to the Byzantine Empire. The reasons: over centuries of Ottoman rule, the native Greek and Armenian Christian populations gradually shrank due to conversion, assimilation, and the migration of Muslims into the region. Following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and the population exchange between Greece and Turkey in 1923, Turkey became almost entirely Muslim, 99%. Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon, the cradle of Christianity. What they were before, these Levantine nations are where Christianity originally began. Before the Arab Islamic conquests, the Levant was almost entirely Christian, with major patriarchates in Antioch and Jerusalem. How they changed. Conquered in the 7th century, these areas gradually became Muslim over hundreds of years. Unlike some other regions, Lebanon and Syria maintained very large, influential Christian minorities, such as the Maronites in Lebanon and Greek Orthodox in Syria, due to the mountainous terrain which provided refuge. Today, Syria and Jordan are majority Muslim, while Lebanon remains highly religiously diverse, roughly 60% Muslim and 40% Christian. North Africa, the Maghreb, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya. What they were before, Roman North Africa was a major Christian powerhouse. Famous early Christian saints and theologians, such as Saint Augustine of Hippo from modern-day Algeria, and Tertullian, lived and wrote here. How they changed. Following the Arab conquests in the late 7th century, Christianity in North Africa declined much more rapidly than it did in Egypt or the Levant. By the 12th to 13th centuries, local native Christianity had almost completely disappeared from the region, largely due to strict policies by ruling dynasties like the Almohads. Today, these nations are virtually 99% Muslim. 2. Former non-Christian, non-Islamic lands that are now Muslim. Some of the most powerful Islamic nations today practiced entirely different, non-Christian religions before adopting Islam. Iran/Persia, once Zoroastrian, what it was before. For over 1,000 years, the Persian Empire's state religion was Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest monotheistic faiths, centered on the struggle between light, good, Ahura Mazda, and darkness/evil, Ahriman. How it changed. The Muslim Rashidun Caliphate conquered the Sasanian Persian Empire between 633 and 651 AD. The reasons: Zoroastrianism's close ties to the fallen royal state caused it to lose institutional power. Over the next few centuries, Persians converted to Islam. However, the Persians fiercely guarded their language, Farsi, and cultural identity, resisting Arabization. In the 16th century, the Safavid dynasty forcibly converted Iran from Sunni Islam to Shia Islam, cementing its modern religious identity.
You see how it's happening. And when it starts happening, nobody believed it. The agenda of these people The agenda of these people is more dangerous than the Orama. It's more dangerous than Go 247. This agenda of Islamization, of I must conquer you, you must be infidel. Is there anyone you had here that they transition peacefully? The answer is no. They all transition into this through a violence movement, through conquering and conquest and all of them. This is how they did what? They all become countries. Those countries that are being mentioned here, they are all Christian countries in the past. Said what? They are all Christian countries. But look at them today. They are no longer. And how did it happen? The transition comes with buying and the kidnapping, abduction of the people. That is how it comes. In this time that we are into, it's a time that we all have to remind the world together that US really declared is because of to save the life of the indigenous people that are these Christians that are being died every blessed day. On this issue, as we proceed, following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and the population exchange between Greece and Turkey in 1923, Turkey became almost Turkey became almost entire Muslim with over 99%. That is a place, Turkey, that is the heart of all Christian countries. And today, that Turkey, in their people's eyes, in the show, it happens that this are what today they are all seen as the powerful house of Muslim. Because of what? Because when they carry their duty and shout Allah, Allah, he thought it's true. It's not. They are all evil people that was being sponsored to buy the population of the indigenous people. This is how it all started. And today, all of them are what? Country into Islam.
Indonesia, once Hindu and Buddhist. What it was before, Indonesia is home to the world's largest Muslim population today, but for centuries it was dominated by powerful Hindu and Buddhist empires, such as the Srivijaya and Majapahit empires. Great stone temple complexes like Borobudur, Buddhist, and Prambanan, Hindu, still stand as testaments to this era. How it changed. Islam did not arrive in Indonesia through military conquest. Instead, it spread peacefully starting in the 13th century through trade routes and Sufi missionaries. Muslim murder.
Now, they have their method. When they come in and find out that they can use gun and bullets, or they will use. If they find that the only best option is to use money to grab what they want, they go towards it. It is very imperative that you, as a Biafran, under USB, understand why you must support USB. One is to run away from Islam. Forget the noise that you are making. If you never take your ID card, go and take your own ID card. Well, we, the Biafran people, have agreed and dish out our message fully that what we want is what? United States of Biafra as our own country, not in other way around. If all this about 17 that are being mentioned, if all of them that was heart of Christian countries before can today be heart of the Islamization, and you look at what's happening in Nigeria, how they were being by people. I'm going to give you names of some of these countries, what happened, and how the people was being eyed because of the name of what? Islam. It is a time, and we are here to do every exposition to the world to understand what is going on. Muslim, radical one, that are being by people every blessed day, is why God called you to come. And which God? Your owner said, don't forgive. We are not the same people. It's also proving that we are not the same people. But for the amalgamation and by force, it cannot. If it never happened from 1967, it is 2026 that our eyes in the open purely to monitor everything that's happening. Let us embrace what we declared as solution to end this impunity.
From India, Persia, and Arabia established trading ports, and local rulers gradually adopted Islam to secure better trade partnerships. By the 16th century, Islam had become the dominant religion across the Indonesian archipelago. Summary of why these transitions happened. Historically, the spread of Islam and the conversion of these nations happened through three primary methods. 1. Gradual assimilation and taxation. Following military conquests, early Islamic empires did not typically force.
Following what? Following a military conquest. That is what the government is helping them. They are following a military conquest. It must be under by force. And when we are saying it, the God levels will say, it can never happen. And it will not happen anywhere. And we are not like those people. You are here. Your own will even happen very easily because they know that you love more than any other thing. They all knew. That is why IPOB, their charade is no longer moving at all anyway. It's a high time for us to do what? Not accept what we don't believe on it.
Immediate conversions. Instead, they implemented the jizya tax. Over generations, many communities converted to avoid the tax and gain full social, political, and economic rights within the empire. 2. Peaceful trade and Sufi missionaries. In regions like Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and Malaysia, and parts of West Africa, Islam was adopted voluntarily because it was tied to lucrative global trade networks and promoted by mystic Sufi teachers. 3. Political and military pressure. In later centuries, during periods of instability, some ruling dynasties, like the Mamluks in Egypt or the Almohads in North Africa, applied much harsher pressures, leading to faster, sometimes forced, conversions to consolidate their political control.
I don't know. Those, everybody want Nigeria. I don't know those that went to UN summit and be claiming it's a weather climate change. You are a big moron. You are white supremacists of no use when you cannot decode what's happening there. Honestly, we will shock the world as we already shocked them. Because we are not alone. We are with our Chukwu Okike Abiyama, who resided in heaven and said, go here and stay, I will take care of you. And he's doing that. So, Islam is by force religion that once you must go it whether you like it or not. And that is so for them to accomplish their mission, they have to massacre indigenous people. They have to do what? They have to massacre indigenous people. With all the evidence that have proven woefully that Nigeria can never work. And it's not a country. Nigeria is what? Not a country. It's just a company of a white man. And he decided how he handled it through the charter, which I read yesterday to you. I also want you to understand that this is Biafran land. Honestly, I wonder that the world knows all these things and they're keeping silent. How people are being used by force because of what these people believe. Because of what? Because of what they believed. That is why people are being buying every day in Benue State. All over this death sentence called One Nigeria. There is this agenda of Islamization, and they had it here that it must always be through a military conquest. Today, the military conquest is going on in Nigeria today. The military conquest is what? Going on today. And the world cannot keep silent over it. Their silence is why it's continuing happening. Their silence is why they continue massacring the people. And we give them the option how to end this. And how to end it is by allowing the Christian country to govern and president themselves. That is why we look at how we can make it happening, and we give the world a legal process that gives them the power to end what's going on in Nigeria by organizing United State of Biafra that was already declared on November 29, 2024, but also remind them that it is because of the loss of this Christian country is why you are seeing the ongoing genocide. If you doubt it today, organize USB, 1 week, 7 days, we end the genocide. And the Christians return back to their territory and their ancestral land. The Christians will return back to their own ancestral land. Today, with what we are doing in UN, with your charade EU, have any of these that were chased away from their territory, have they come back? The answer is no. They never come back to their territory. Rather, they are in IDP camp. Now, when these people take over the same IDP camp that is in the territory they want to control, they will by force them. The only option they have is what? To accept Islam. The only option they have is what? To accept Islam. That is what is happening in Nigeria. That is what is going on in Nigeria. They want to accomplish their mission, and the UN&EU and all the Christian countries in the world are keeping mute. It has happened before. It is happening in this modern day world. Nigeria is an example where all this is happening. Nigeria is an example where this genocide, where this conquest, where this military conquering of people or through violence that you must agree, you must worship what I want you to worship. They are proving that the citizens of those territories does not have freedom of worship. That is Islam, is that you don't have freedom of worship. You must worship what I want you to worship. The Christian country are disgrace to help to their fellow Christian country. The bishops and all of them are in their mindset. They have already been Islamized. That is why they cannot see truth, because of they want money. That's why the world are seeing what people is going on in Nigeria today, and they are keeping silent. Okay, if you keep silent because of there is no better option, what of now that we have give you the easiest, the 90% option for the life of these indigenous people that are Christians, that are being paid every blessed day, for them to stop buying. We have give you everything you needed to end it. To end it is to support US will declare, and you will see how these people are going to go away. When you mention Biafra, these people see it as when you mention America. That is why we want the world to know that this you are silent, that you are keeping, you are doing what? Giving them more power to destroy, to buy every indigenous person. That is what we are doing. Please, I urge you to like and share and also comment on this program, please. Let's proceed. As we proceed, we go to comment section to greet those that will never mention with their comments. I see you, Nestin, Mark. I see you said IPOB, USB, IPOB, USB, the land of the rising sun. Deo Mazishino. Deo, my brother. Deo. I see you. Faith Media. I see you. Thank you so much for coming. Hashtag I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. Hashtag Nigeria must leave the Biafra land because Biafra is now sovereign nation. Mazishino, thank you for opening our eyes. Thank you so much for listening also. Because of your listening, that is why I can go deep to bring things out. Hashtag I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. Nigeria must leave Biafra. Biafra, leave Biafra land. Trump should organize USB because of leaving office. USB is a Christian nation. That is one thing that I want them to understand clearly. I see Ekwem, my man, he said, hashtag I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. He said on down here, he said, those are commenting, those are liking, those are sharing. Please, I ask you to do one out of these three. Even if you can do the three, please go on and do it. We have finished the comments, so we go back to our program. In all this that is happening, and what Nigeria is going through today, when you listen from the Turkey, down to Egypt, down to Syria, down to Jordan, down to Algeria, down to Tunisia, down to Libya, all are under what? By force, conquest military. Today, it is a conquest of the repentant Boko Haram in the military of Nigeria, the name of Nigeria. They are the one buying the indigenous people. This is a time for us to let the world know that the history is repeating again. But we don't want the history to repeat on our own side as people that are being forced to accept what is not in our belief. Remember that word at all times. It's very important. I know why after playing, I played so you can hear it by yourself.
Throughout history, the global religious map has shifted dramatically. Several regions and modern-day countries that are now overwhelmingly...
Remember the word that the map is shifting dramatically. It's what shifting. That is why it's shifting to Nigeria. That is why the Christians are being pied every blessed day. That is why the history of what they are telling us here is why they are massacring people every day, because they want to put them to 10% and have 90% in Nigeria. How can they do it? It's not by vote. It's by eliminating disappearance, the kidnapping, the beheading of these people that said no, it's always going to happen. I hope you are listening. We are calling on the world, UN and EU, on your summit. That fine lady who addresses the world said that this is what not whether climate change is about Islamization. We call it Islamophobia. This is what is happening. And in the world, they are keeping silent. Your silence is gold to them, that you allow them to conquer the people. And every Christian country is remaining silent. That is the most painful part of it. They are not quickly helping their own. They will always be afraid. But we, the Biafran people, we are not afraid of anybody. And we will never go back to Nigeria. We will never accept Islamization. We will never accept Sharia law. We must worship our sheep. That is why we are calling for USB recognition that all this will end. Honestly, we'll move.
Islamic were once the absolute centers of other religions, most notably Christianity and Zoroastrianism.
Most notable what? Christianity. These countries that are most notable Christianity, are they still most notable Christianity today? The answer is no. And why? Let's continue.
To understand how these transformations happened, it is helpful to look at the specific historical shifts of these nations. 1. Former Christian lands that are now majority Muslim. Before the rise and spread of Islam in the 7th century, the
Former
Mediterranean basin,
Christian lands are now majority of Muslim countries. They are now majority. Muslim become majority. And those in the Biafra land, like what's happening in Enugu State, those fools that never what they done to themselves, that Biafra will chase them away to the area what they believe and what they want to preach. Because in Biafra nation, a lot of things will be taken care of. The transition before the amalgamation of Nigeria, before the amalgamation of Nigeria in 1914, the secret memo proving that anything that Sultan Caliphate want to use Nigeria do or citizens, they should go on and do it. So what they are doing is to maintain their master wars. The time, wait for nobody. That is why I call on people of Benue to do something. Like when they told Mazen they can go and be doing something. Today, nobody will trust again, go and be doing something, because every office has someone who is there. We want you to listen and see how it happens. When we see, you think, oh, it's not happening, no. But look at it, how it happens to many countries. Did it happen by Amagon and think also? No, it happens by conquest. It's happened by conquering. It's happened by gun and bullet. That is how they all becomes today Muslim country, Islamic country.
North Africa and the Middle East were the heartlands of the Christian world.
I am not against them, but I'm against that by force. And I myself must watch I must worship my sheep, because no man can decide me what to worship. Do you understand it? Look at the surrender of what we are doing. Look at things that happen in Nigeria today, and look at how USB is solution to this. I want you to pick that word clearly from me. Nigeria, or the Christians in Nigeria, has never been conquered. Let me call it this way. A little push of Wazirike, big push of Mazen and Kano, the bigger of from Simon Ebanjoko, the biggest. That is why you are having Christians in Nigeria today, and they never knew. Even the Golebos who deviated and start talking trash.
Egypt, once Coptic Christian, what it was before.
Do you know that Egypt is a Christian country before? Egypt is a Christian country. What happened to them? What it was before? Listen.
Egypt was one of the earliest and most important centers of Christianity. By the 4th century, the vast majority of Egyptians were Christians, known as Coptic Christians, under Byzantine Roman rule. How it changed. Arab Muslim armies conquered Egypt from the Byzantine.
I hope you follow. Listen to this. Egypt was one of the earliest and most important center of Christians. Egypt. By the 4th century, the majority of Egyptians were Christians, known as Coptic Christians, under the rule of a Roman Empire. I hope you are listening. I never knew that Egypt was Egypt was one of the said. Look at the word, though. One of the most important center of Christians. That there was one. Imagine the word, one of the most important center of Christians. That the Egypt is a Christian country before. Then after that, the 4th century, you know what to do. Is it clear to you right now that is where Nigeria is pushing to? Let's continue.
Empire in 641 AD.
However, how it is changed, Arab Muslim remains conquest. They conquered Egypt. They did what? They conquered Egypt in 1641. The transition was not overnight. It's a well-structured plan. If you check out what's happening in Nigeria today, you will see how they carve it out and structure their plan, how to execute and take over this country. And the gullibles refuse to understand. The gullibles, they refuse to understand it. That is why we must keep raising our voice to remind the world that nothing will happen for us to surrender. And we will never bow down. We will never bow down to anything that is not our sheep. It is very, very important that we understand it. It took several countries from Islam to become minority religion. Around 13 to 14 countries, around 13 to 14 countries accepted being conquered. They did what? There was being conquered. What are they used to conquer human being? Gun and bullets, armor tanker. Is it not what you are seeing the Nigerian government is parading in our territory today? A way to conquer us, but they never knew what is called government in exile, that issue a peaceful declaration. He never knew it. Yes, we will never bow down. I see you. Let me greet quickly before it's going to be too long. I see you, Florence. Thank you so much. Mommy Ojugo, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. And here, thank you so much, Victor Ogolu. I see you. Thank you. Mommy Ojugo, my hands are up for you. Thank you. We will never bow down to Islam. No, we will never. But it could maybe you can tell me in the comment section if you know that Egypt was one of the biggest important Christian nation in the past. Please, do anybody know about that? Because I never knew until I got into this research, until I be asking questions. I imagine Egypt. I couldn't believe that there was a time Egypt was a Christian country. You know what I'm talking about? That there was a time Egypt was what? A Christian country. And today, Egypt, is it still as a Christian country? Egypt, is it still as one of the most important Christian country? Honestly, when you dig ground, you find something. I keep on digging to prove to the world that US really declared is the only solution to end genocide, and the Christians we can be able to live their life and worship their sheep, not by force. Mama Jugo, thank you so much. Mama Jugo, I never knew. There is many countries I find out here that I never knew they are all Christian country in the past. I thought from the beginning they are all Muslim country, Islam. I never knew. And did you look at the method? Tell me, please, the method of what's going in Nigeria when I talk about conquest. What is happening in Nigeria today? Is it not the same conquest going on in Nigeria today? Is it not military conquest? Is it not Boko Haram conquest? Is it not their agenda? Is it not they call them their foot soldiers? Their foot soldiers is implementing how all these countries, about 13 to 14, automatically adopted it because of what? Boom, 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 before you know it, it's over. And those who are alive, that love their life, honestly, thank you, Dr. Ngozo Arabeze, for giving us hope to live. Thank you for giving us right to worship our sheep, not to worship any other thing. Thank you so much, Master Nekano, for holding on. Thank you, Batobie, to stay the course. That is why we are talking. Despite that, by now, if Master Nekano finally to Batobie, you can never worship your sheep. Can't do what happened in Egypt. Are you strong more than Egypt when it's come to gun and bullet? Honestly, let us join hands to build a world, a free nation, the Christian nation, which is USB declared.
Transition was not overnight. It took several centuries for Islam to become the majority religion.
It took what? Several centuries. Calculate from 1967 to today. Are they not killing people in all over that sentence called Nigeria because of the Sharia law? And it took centuries to build. Do they not have 40 states today? Do they not have their 40 states? You see, those that know what they want, no matter how it is, they are doing to it. It's on our own. We remain on IPOB. We remain in Brigi. Even imagine the shenanigan. Those that know what they want, continuously moving on, they continuously putting the structure and proving that we are the one doing it. They are not hiding. Why are they doing it? They are doing it to put Nigeria on what the forefathers or those founding fathers registered as organization under Islam. And as a member, they are full member. And for you to be a full member, this organization, you must prove that the population of the Christians are too small. That is where we are. How can we do it? We can only do it now we are a nation by our constitution. Because if it remains on that constitution of them, that's where we are going. In all the countries are into Islam organization, Nigeria is there. Nigeria is a full member. Nigeria is Islam country, whether you like it or not. You know that British endorsed it for them. After they endorsed it today, after about the exposition about it, they removed from their British removed from their archive. It's no longer in their archive because I was over 4 days. Let me see if I can see it in their archive. I cannot be able to see it. What does it matter? You see why we must fight with our money to support usually declared the only solution to give us the right to end this ongoing genocide, to not by force you to not by force you to accept Sharia law. Yes. Yes. Today they are coming, Minister of Defense. A lot of them are coming as they are giving us more hope. That is why I'm here to let you know why you must support USB. That is why I'm digging this ground to get you out so you can see it by yourself. You're doubting it. It happened to 14 to 15 countries, and it's still happening till today. Now, the question is, what is their method? What is their criteria? As we proceed, the criteria is conquest. What is conquest? When you by force people, take what belongs to him, kill him, wipe away his generation, and take over his. That is what is called conquest. Is it not the conquest of the Usman Dan Fodio and Sharia law? Is what is happening? It's not happening just one day. It takes centuries. Remember that 14 states in the north, as I'm talking to right now, has what? Is what? They are using Sharia law, proving that the country is under Sharia law. That is what it simply means.
Around the 13th to 14th centuries. The reasons. Many locals converted over generations due to economic incentives, such as avoiding the jizya, a special tax on non-Muslims. What?
Remember, for the unknown Muslims, are you not see people in the north crying for the tax and they are claiming they are the one that has money so much. They are proving that the one has money so much. That is why I am still sometimes being crazy over all Christian countries in the world that do not support their own. It's only Christian countries in the world they don't have organization that controls every Christian country. But look at these people. They have it. Say what? Look at them. They have it. Where they support their own. They have it their own. What is our own? All these things has something to do with what we are doing. The conquest. The words out of the summits or the parliament of the UN and EU has is only one lady put it straight the way it is without sugarcoating it, without romancing the world. Only one lady. Others calling to water climate change, this and blah, 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 blah. Those are trash. There is many locals convicted over generosity due to economy what's down. They will give you tax. You cannot pay the tax. They will give, in fact, they will do things that will make you to be afraid and put fear inside you. That is what is happening to Nigeria today. That is why this is their method of the conquest. They call it military conquest. Imagine, that is what we are seeing today. Nigerian government is saying that those that buying people are their full soldiers in the Sharia. Is it not true in Nigeria? This is our words. We must continue. We must continue. Please hit the like button. If you join us, I want to hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Oh, wow. Why later period under Mulaki rule saw heavenly pressure? The destruction of the churches. This is from when? From 13th, 14th century. So, from 13th and 14th centuries. From the year 641 that is what? Destruction of churches that you are seeing today started. When they burn down all these churches and destroy it, and kidnap and buy those in that churches, the remaining ones will succumb. They use death to threat human beings to join their Islam. Are you not hearing it? And today in Egypt, 90% is Muslim, while remaining 10% is cocktail Christian. 10% has left. What happened at this 10%? When we continue the program, exposition, you will see the number that was being paid in Egypt. Then you will see those that have been kidnapped. Those that today nobody find them again. And the 10% that remains are checking. Imagine from being a country that was the most important Christian country, proving that every season that 90% was the Christian. Today in Egypt, the Muslim has become 90%. Why the Christians become 10%? Do you see how Christians are using Amarian and Keto? Leave it for God. Because of Christians are not relating back. Hey, I like God, and God will do it. I see that is what they are praying, that was what they're doing, and Egypt become a full Islamic country. Sharia take over. And then Friday, after Friday, hey, we Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, Madaku. Every Friday, range Halebanaga, Sunday, Madaku. Inoye, Ije Sunday, Ije Monday, Ije evening, Ije cause. Why that the land is moving? And because of the agenda. Now, I want to refer to Finland. Finland, do you know what's happening in Nigeria? Is because of Islam. That is why they weaponize everybody in Nigeria to carry arm and put it over to be a Muslim and they can. It is not. Is this agenda? And you say that nothing concerns you can never, that you're not an Islamic country, you're not using Sharia law, but you are holding someone who is fighting for his people not to be used Sharia law to be judged them.
Later periods under Mamluk rule saw heavier pressures, the destruction of churches, and social marginalization that accelerated conversion. Today, Egypt...
Destruction of what? Churches. Are you hearing it? By forcing people, ordering people. If you don't do, imagine such a thing, and we are planning to, they give you now full option. UN and EU and the America. When we leave all of these power blood-sucking demons, we ask for countries in Africa, in the whole world that are Christian country, to grant recognition so we can end this by force. We can end a marginalization of the citizens, the indigenous people who are the citizens of that geopolitical area that are being pied every blessed day, and you see the mass burial every day. We have understand it clearly. That is why we issue official, peaceful redeclaration of our lost country. This is how it is.
It's about 90% Muslim, with the remaining 10% being Coptic Christians. Turkey/Anatolia.
Turkey/what? Anatolia. The heart of the Christians' empire. Turkey. Turkey. In the Middle East or in the Asia. Turkey is what? Turkey and Anastasia, the heart of the Christian empire. today, Turkey, is it still a Christian empire? One of the largest. Let's find out.
Part of the Byzantine Christian Empire, what it was before. Historically known as Anatolia, this region was the center of the Eastern Roman, Byzantine Empire. Cities like Constantinople, Istanbul, Ephesus, and Antioch were the very cradle of Greek Orthodox Christianity and early Christian theology.
Are you hearing this? This is what happened in Turkey. If you are today in Turkey, you are fighting against USB. If today you are in Turkey and you are talking about one Nigeria, this is what is coming to you. This is what is coming to you. They want to control, Islamize everybody. The Islamization phobia is what USB has come to stop. So you will be free. And you said no. Rather, what you will do is to attack the government and attack the name. Historical new as Antioch, the region was the center of Eastern Roman Empire. This is the center of what? Christians before. And today, it has become the most, Turkey is the worst Muslim country facing, financing the terrorists. Yes, terrorists. They are the one sponsoring Nigeria. But imagine that in the beginning, or in the beginning, in the beginning, they are not a Muslim country. But today they are. Are you hearing it? It's the same place that they go for pilgrimage today. But that is the place they told you that it is what? It is a center of Eastern Roman Catholic heart. We are the very cradle of Greek or Orthodox Christianity and earlier Christians theology. You see, today they are full what? Muslim. They are full what? Islam country. Sponsoring Nigeria, giving Nigeria the same road that Turkey followed by over 1.5 million people in a day. So this is a long process program, which I'm not any today. It's a long exposition. So what I'm doing is the little I can do today, we end it there. Tomorrow we continue. For you that's hoping one Nigeria. For you that when we talk about it, why your grandfathers also said this is not a country. And all evidence is happening. All evidence is coming out. Like I said, we are not going to finish the program today. After Turkey, we will stop. Then from that day, we'll continue from Syria, Jordan, and other countries. Many more, including African countries, that was never Muslim or using Islam or using Sharia law. But today, 90% is what they are telling us that it is. That is the link there, in case you want to join us. That is the link. If you want to make any contribution, maybe if you are at work on break or you want to go to work, you can make your comments to tell as we are advising or giving this message to the world to look into what is happening in Nigeria beyond what they are thinking. I have Mommy Origin in the building. Please have the mic. Good evening from my location. You're welcome.
Yes, so my brother, our prof, I greet every Biafran. It's another day for exposition. Thank you so much. There's so much to unpack concerning this, and everybody, please like, share, let everybody know the truth. I'm going to give you a little background on what we are talking about. Muhammad, who is the father of Islam, the founder of Islam, he was born in, is it 632? No, 571 AD. I think that's
571.
571 AD. That's when he was born, and he began this his Islamization thing from 610 to 600 AD. He died, I think, 632 AD. But when he died, the day he died, this Islam we are talking about, I have a reason why I have to lay this for every Biafran and everyone that think they are safe inside their Islam. The day he died, Islam was divided into two, Shia and Sunni. The Shias are the ones that are his children and generation wanted to take over. But the loyalists, the ones that are like that are working with him, that he trusted, wanted to take over. So there has been a war between them. So when you see all these things they're doing, this thing is born from only God knows where. Now let me move to, the oldest religion per se, if I have to use the word religion, is Zoroastrian, Judaism, and paganism.
Yeah.
When you see, every time we talk about Rome ruled the world by the time Jesus was born. And Rome was a pagan thing. So they ruled with iron fists. There was all these taxing and suppression, oppression, repression of people was very much how they ruled. So when Christianity came, it was like a wildfire. That was an escape, a lifeline for everyone. Because Christianity is not a religion, it is God coming down to help his people to return everyone back to the way he wanted humanity to live. When it became, it was in Antioch, this same Antioch that is now 100% is Muslim, that they called them Christians. Why am I going this route? There is a question you asked. You asked, is Egypt, that you didn't know that Egypt was a Christian country. My dear people, Egypt today, we call it Arab country, but Egypt is North Africa. So where are the Africans that were pagans in the time before Christ and Christians after Christ came? 700 years after Christ came, and they were enjoying their lives. All of a sudden, voila, it is called an Arab country. Yeah. That is to give you an idea of what we are talking about. Just like Mordecai told Esther, do not think that you and your father's house will escape if you keep quiet. When there are few places where you talked about Arab conquest, you talk about the jizya. Jizya today is this abduction, this kidnapping, all these ransom people are paying. And when you talked about that, remember, in the time, like I said, there were, to the best of my knowledge, the three major religions that were before this Islam came. So India was more of Hindu, Buddha,
Hindi,
and
yeah.
all of that.
Yes,
Because
yeah.
Pakistan have been infiltrated and they want to carve out Pakistan. They put pressure on the world, and the world gave them their independence. And today they are called. So why would the world not give us our independence? The same way they put pressure on the world to give them their independence. And that is why, from what you say, what do? We must continue to do something. We have moved from agitation, we have done referendum, we keep pushing. And another thing I want to also highlight is that if you don't do anything, nobody is coming to save you.
Nobody, yeah.
Nobody is coming to save you, because as we speak, think about Egypt. Think about Jerusalem. Think about Jordan. Think about Syria. Think about Lebanon.
We are coming
Why
to them
Lebanon
tomorrow.
has hope today is because Lebanon, you watch when the narration came, he said they were sustained because they moved towards the mountain terrains. And
Yes.
most of those Christians that escaped that way, that's why today you have about 40% of them, and they are pushing hard. That is why during this Iran war, there is ability to go into Lebanon because there is hope. There people are pushing. If you watch the world this thing, you will see how Christian Lebanese are pushing hard. As a lady, she narrated how they escaped, how him and his family, her and her family escaped.
Yes.
But they ran out and they are pushing. If you go to Iran today, Iran, like we said, the larger percentage of they're not many of them are Zoroastrians. The larger percentage are Christians, and because they are pushing, they got help. As we speak now, Iran has about 45 to 50,000 corpses in the fridge.
Yes, in the fridge.
Waiting, because they refuse. They say we will all not die, but we must keep pushing. So this gives us the hope that what we are doing, we must. And there's something else I want to. The advantage we have is that the northern part of Nigeria, they are ruled by their gods or their obas and whatever. I don't know what they call them. And once they apprehend them, they get the rest. The same thing happens to Yoruba people. But we are Republicans. That's why wherever you are, you're fighting. No, when they apprehended you see how we trashed these governors, because we know they have been they will do everything. You remember how they proscribed IPOP, proscribed their children, gave license, because they have been infiltrated, they have been captured. So you and I will be the one to deliver ourselves and keep pushing. And God has given us vibrant leaders, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, Dr. Ngozi Oronbose, and will continue to not allow them to blackmail our leaders.
Yes.
But we will keep supporting them. So long as, you see how we trashed Wazirike, because I'm not here to blame him, but he succumbed. I'm not here to blame him. When they capture you. But one of the things that I want to, challenge them, or I don't have to challenge them, is why Japan is going to be practically impossible for them to Islamize them, is because back in the days, Japanese leaders would rather sacrifice themselves than to sell their people. Go and check it. Instead, they buy themselves. If they are not in Indonesia, Indonesia is the largest Muslim world.
Yes.
All that other Asia, go and check it. Why China have that same character. They would rather buy than to sell their people. So, but I don't blame Our people, if you slap them 2 times, they just say, which land do you want to take? They take the other man to the dome. By the time he came out, I keep asking him today, what did they do to you? You came back and now started talking like someone that ate hot pepper. Now say his children are thieves. All the crimes are committed by his children. That his wife raped herself. That his son is a bandit. When the son now started acting like bandit, I hear say he don't disown his son. May not disown him. I rested there. Mazi Arabia Frat TV, our professor. God bless you. Continue with what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Once you come like this, more strength will enter because now. The more strength, even if I want to stop, I was like, let me continue more because of the strength that I'm tapping from whenever you're in the studio. Honestly, because
let me greet Odogwu Enugu. The Odogwu, the man that he still get my receipt. I hope see you all tight.
I wanted to tell Emarabi ejekwado gabuti ike go kwado ya na Madam Origin kwado and mara ko si kwado na mara Madam Origin pụtago na ọgba agwara gị ya yesterday at the spirit you confirm it now and many others now confirm because nwaanyị ife ebe ọ na otu ha na ife atọ dị ya iya watch studio na ọ ga-eju eju because na onye jide right ọ batago Madam Origin, great respect. Thank you very much.
Sir. Judicial receipt me ke ohe nenye mume.
I forwarded him the receipt yesterday of fear confirm boy.
That
okay, thank you.
Chino, hey, leave Biafra TV. Eat the 5 more. Madam Origin, thank you for your contribution. Please, can you stay? Let me ask my question before I do my own contribution, because I need your collection somewhere. Chino, I want to ask, now in this conquest, if we raise any arm to conquer, will it have any effect in the recognition of our nation in this 21st century, according to the criteria of the international or global condition?
Under self-defense. Okay. Madam, go on first. Go on.
Madam Origin.
Madam Origin,
are you talking about engaging in warfare?
Yes, because their main aim is to conquer us, and they must do it to Islamize us. If we rise now to conquer and resist them, will it have any effect not to be recognized, not the United States of Biafra to be recognized?
It's not about that. It's about what will be the result. Self-defense and fighting for your land is your right. But the result is what I'm kind of skeptical about. For example, Nigeria you see this Nigeria when they look, nothing. Nigeria no get stick. They have carried everything. Now, you see why they keep pushing for you to agitate is because it is your word against theirs. Do you see why you people don't know why I call Dr. Ngozi Orambueze the woman, the living legend? This woman, I don't know, up to today, I still think that there are lawyers and there are human rights. I believe that she is a force and a fort. Because what saved us, because there was a plan to do a major wipeout after our redeclaration. But because she immediately disbanded and spread everybody out and said, we are not doing anything, and set up IHL immediately. So you will not say we are fighting. It is they are buying us.
Yes.
So it is a very tricky thing. Anytime, it doesn't mean that we will not defend ourselves, but you must use maximum wisdom in this season, because our goal is to get recognized. We don't want them, because right now as we speak, yesterday I heard that they are dismantling ICC. They have infiltrated ICC. That is why when you take them to criminal courts, nothing happens. Yes. But they can easily take Chino now and say he committed one thing, and he will be prosecuted and sentenced. So they have infiltrated everywhere, including UN. So we are using that thing. You see, this delegitimization is our major weapon. Keep talking, keep preaching. Anything you do, anything they do, show it to the world. Keep piling it until the world will now come and say, enough of this buying of these people. And our greatest weapon is that we have redeclared Biafra and we are moving ahead. So it's a little tricky, but it is our right. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yes, there is one I want to add. Do you know what we are doing? We are not fighting anybody, rather we are defending our life. Under self-determination, we are in our own territory. Have you seen any Biafran military or any Biafran apparatus that travel to Yoruba land or not start shooting people over that side? Nobody. And we are not doing that. So it cannot affect us if they come to our territory. We will resist them, we will fire them, fire to fire. If they come with AK, we will fight them with AK. If they come with ammo, whatever will lay our hand, we use to fight to defend our life, because we are on our own territory. When it is against us, or what we are doing right now, if we move and said, because our people are living in the north, let us go to north and protect them, law is against us. Despite that, in our ratification, we have the legal right to back ourselves up, to defend ourselves. Now that we have moved away from streets, now moved away from organization, now that we have moved away from noisemaker, now that we have moved away from illegality, which is protest, agitation, now that we have moved away from ignorance, move into law and the legal and on a right track at a right time, with the name of peaceful redeclaration under self-determination. If they come to our territory, they will collect. It's our right. It's not going to affect us anywhere at all. It's no longer this time. Because of what? If when we are in IPOB, it's against. If when we are in Olimbrigi, we are against. But now that we are a state, with recognition, it is our inalienable right to defend our life, our territory. Once you enter, you must collect. That is where we are. So go on. I hope your question has been answered.
Yes, very clear. And before I say, or before I request, I want to tell other people, not only Madam Origin, that I promise to hold a receipt. Biafrans, United States of Biafra, I promise all of you that I'm going to hold this receipt with the last drop of my blood. That's a guarantee and a promise. Then I want to ask or request from Madam Origin. If I say, when you talk about womanizer, that one get as the Bible. But can I say womanification? Am I right? Can you put me through?
I didn't understand. Clarify.
If I say womanification, is it a good English to speak, or can anybody understand it?
On what context? It just explain a little bit.
In content of the battle now, or the weapon now is in the hand of Dr. Ngozi Rebeze. And as a woman, she's going to use that weapon to, to I don't know how to put it. Like when they say Simon Eber, he said that you are calling me Ekpedima. I am going to Ekpedimentalize everybody into United States of Biafra or into Biafra. Are you getting my little request?
I call her the woman, the living legend, right? And another word for Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, she is an Amazon. She is a warrior. And,
Yes.
and let me tell you something that is very important for Biafrans to know. Back in those days, they used to have women warriors, very feisty. They are, and I believe why one of the things that help resist the Islamization in the north was their women warrior. Until that's why Islam will fight to make sure women are subjugated. There is a woman called Amina of Zauzau.
Yeah.
Now, this present day Zaria, she ruled and she put them to stand still. So when you have women come, and in the Bible you have Deborah. So women don't come out like we don't compete. When we come out is when there is need. And when we finish, we go back to, be mama and take care of the house. We are not competing. And that's why I encourage everybody and support Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. She is this Amazon, this warrior we have now. Now, when they held the men down, it happened in the Bible, Deborah. The warriors, they just emasculated them or whatever they call it. And she rose up. And she led the men to war and they won that battle. So it's not a competition thing. It is a necessity,
Thank you very much. In the same aid, I want to tell Biafrans or tell the whole world, our battle now is being championed by a woman. And when women start, they don't stop. Oh. The world should hear it from me now. When women start war, they don't know what is stop. In the same vein, I want to challenge and tell all Biafrans. Biafrans, you are traditionalists, you are Christians, and you are Jewish. When Jesus Christ came, Peter was with him. Then they tried to conquer the Christianity. And Peter drove out the sword and acted. Then Jesus told him, bring your sword. Put it inside your pocket. This is not the time to bring it out. And he performed miracle and fixed the damaged ear back. Biafrans, I want to tell you now, this is the time to bring out that weapon we are hiding. This is the time to use it. This is the time to use it. Use the weapon of your mouth. Use the weapon of your writing. Use the weapon of your intelligence. Use the weapon of your, how can I say it? Expertise. Anyhow, anything you can do. That's a weapon. As Madam Origin said now, just a typical example and what I wanted to bring out. She has said it all. That's why I always thank God for her being able to go into my brain and bring out what I wanted to say and put it right. So Biafran, this is time to bring out that weapon that Jesus told Peter, this is not the time. The time have come. Everybody use it. If you know how to talk, come and talk. If you know how to share, if you know how to write, as Madam Origin, if you know how to sing, anyhow you know how to do it. This is what we use. and maintain that disintegration of Nigeria, Islam, to end up the Islamification and Islamization. But I want Chino to research also, because my own knowledge that in Abakaliki, where you have the highest, that is where they build the highest mosque in the eastern region, followed by the one Okorocha built in Imo State. And I want to tell Biafrans and reveal a secret. The type of ammunition, the type of weapon that they packed there is not what anybody can give account of. So they're already packing what they use, as they use in Turkey, they use in other countries, as Chino said now, to use it by force, during using military, using any other force to conquer us. So we are going to defend ourselves. We are going to fight back by revealing or telling the world, as Madam Origi said, what they are doing to us, what they are doing, what they are committing, how they are murdering people here and there, just to conquer. That's all. Nothing again except to conquer. So, Biafrans, the ball is now on our court. As Chino said, or Madam Origin, I cannot stay and distract me one before I revenge. No, as you are putting your hand up, I am putting my own up. I saw a letter being written to one pastor in the north that they are coming to buy their people and buy his members. They're already taking down his 9 siblings and have a threatening letter to him that they are coming back. So what I want to bring us, the man said, let them come and take anybody down, then something will happen. No, I will not wait until they come. I will not wait until they come. That's what make me to be in enmity with this DOS when I was in IPOB organization. They say if anything happened to Nnamdi Kanu, then I tell them, me Odogwu Enugu, I don't want to wait until anything happened to Nnamdi Kanu. Now something have happened to Nnamdi Kanu. What did they do? What did they do? What other things are you waiting for to happen to Nnamdi Kanu before you act? Because they have nothing to act to do before. Then when I told them I have something to do, I'm not going to wait. That's where I was dismembered. That was why I was taken away from IPOB, because I don't want to wait. It will be late or too late. Like Oyala said, a madman said, I don't have anything to tell anybody that is going behind me with a machete until I look for my head. Until I look for my head, then I will know what to say. So let me hold it there. Thank you once again, Madam Origin, and other people who are coming inside.
Thank you so much, Odogwu Enugu. Let's go to Madam Ojugo. Please have the mic before we go to the River Delta.
Okay, good morning, Chino, Madam Origin, Adasa Greg, my brother Poppin, River Delta is there, Dobenugu is also there. Good morning, each and every one of you. And good morning, the most and people that we have at heart, our brothers and sisters watching from homeland, and that is going directly through this hard time, and all in different countries. and also our own that are also suffering in so many countries, especially current South Africa. Um, be strong, and my advice would be don't lose your life because of material things. Onye when you have life, then tomorrow will be fine. That's my encouragement to each and every one of you in difficult situations. Um, thank you, Chino, for really making me to go back to make a research of that city called Antioch. I never thought about that. I know it was the first place that that name Christianity was first um, used. That's what they call the followers of Christ, Christians. And it's a very major city when you talk about the New Testament and when you talk about the followers of Christ. Um, when I heard that, I went to Google right away to search, about that city. And I came to know that that city is somewhere in Turkey, right?
Yes, correct.
So, yeah,
Madam
it's
Ojugo.
okay. Thank you, ma'am. It's somewhere in Turkey, and now we're talking about Turkey. It's a Muslim country. So when I made that Google, research, they said that there are still little of Christians there. There are still resilient Christian community that still remain there. So when they call that resilient and little, that only God knows what they're going through, you know. And you see how things can turn upside down in a twinkle of an eye. A place where a historical place in the life of every Christian turned into a Muslim country. And I don't know somebody was explaining some some is my background making a lot of noise?
Yeah, there's noise filtering.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we are hearing you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So a kiddo here that is so loud. Um, so and you see the change, quick change of this set of people with this religion called Islamic religion. And I don't understand how your religion is known to force people to do what they don't want to do, and they think it's okay. Um, and then when you go to other people's country, you don't follow their own instruction. You still want to keep that to yours. Because I remember if you travel to Dubai, you know, they still want you to cover on all this country. They still want you, if you're a woman, to cover your hair. But I see them in US here. The women cover their hair, even cover their mouth and cover their eyes in another man's place. something is not right somewhere. Like they are a man them, and what is this? I don't even know where to start with this religion. Like when I think about them, my brain just go. Like I don't know, even understand it. How human beings behave like that. There is somebody, and I think a man in Europe, that said something publicly abusing women, that women are animals, wild animals. And they said the man must leave Europe, you know. So, and that's how they see women. We went to Dubai with friends, we're in a group. We saw women, our people, crying for help. You see how these Muslim people use women like animals. Like the way they treat dog here is far better than how these human beings treat their fellow human beings. It's just because of a gender difference. And I think, I don't know, either Madam Origin or Madam River Goddess made that mention. I hope I got it right. In their Quran, where they say, Okorota, I heard a somewhere saying that in Quran, it say when they are conquering, yes, they will have little casualties, that it is okay. That is stated somewhere. I think it was Okorocha because he was it Okorocha? I can't remember why, because the person quoted where it was in their Quran. I don't know if somebody have that knowledge can also jump in and correct me, but I heard it. When I heard that, I was like, really? Okay. Is that what is happening in Nigeria is happening? So those are like a little casualties that will come in when they're trying to conquer a place. You see their mindset. Their mindset is just horrible. Horrible. But the only thing that makes me happy is this Christian country that is new, waiting for recognition. United States of Biafra. That's one thing that when I remember, I am happy. And then I read this morning from the Prime Minister what they're doing. I was like, we are ready to face these people. And I am ready. If it requires all of us going home, I will take my ticket and I will go home. We will fight this battle. They are human beings with blood. We are human beings with blood. They have one head. We have one head. So I don't see why we cannot deal with this. They can do their thing, whatever. But I am begging the United Nations, any of this country that belongs to that United Nations, there is a new country, a Christian country, where these people that their blood are running on the whole ground of the northern region to come down and live and start their new life with the remaining members of their family. It is horrific to see a family lost all their children. They opened and they were dumping little kids, and the world is silent looking. What do they want to say? What is it that they want to say that they have not seen? What are they waiting for? The blood is not enough. This blood is not enough for them to rise up, to say enough is enough, to stand up and say, there is a solution. We are recognizing United States of Biafra as Christian country. All Christians suffering in Nigeria, that go there, find a space and live your life. They can't do that. I was in Kalena TV yesterday. A guy gave testimony about the ID and a document that saved a life of a man that's already picked up in India to send back home. We're not talking about group. Anybody that still talk about IPOB is already stained. Those we called our brothers has used that name to rubbish us. Once you mention IPOB, that is an attach to it, and it's done by our people. So I think it's a high time we leave that name for them. They belong to that group because they are part of indigenous people. So that name belongs to all the governors, the Senate, the number of them that got together to attach a horrific name to it, it belongs to them. Yes. And we will attach that name to their names because that's where they belong to.
Can I add a little thing to that?
Yes, ma'am.
IPOB is Indigenous People of Biafra, right?
Yes.
They are the Nigeria version of it because we are not going to leave our name for them. Those are the red group and the Indigenous People of Biafra red group, just like they had it in Finland. Finland had a red group. Mm-hmm.
That's why I was trying to figure out how to exonerate ourselves from that name and give it to them, so that thing that attached to it belongs to them. We've adopted our own United States of Biafra. That one belongs to them, so they can enjoy it with their paymasters, because that name, if there's a way they can change it, it has given a lot of people have gone through pain through that name.
Madam Ojugo, can I just, because I have
Yes.
2 minutes to go. Yeah, let me add as our mommy have added. With that name, especially in Nigeria, we are all incriminated. I want to give you a life testimony. 2006, I was to travel from Italy to Lagos, and we boarded flights through Libya. In Libya, I have to connect my flight to Lagos. But before we reached to Libya, our flight was diverted to Vietnam. Vietnam, that headquarter of terrorism. We landed, instead of making a clearance for our departure again, they say we have to be transferred to another Boeing that will take us to Lagos. When we are in the queue, our passport, especially my own passport, was screened again. Fortunately to me, I had a little of their language. they found out that in the passport of Nigeria that the Islamic letter is attached to it. That was what saved me. All the people that on that transit that are coming from other African countries, that Islamic name or letter was not attached, was withheld in Vietnam. In Vietnam, I'm saying this is a life and a testimony that what happens to me. So when I asked, they say that Nigeria, because of that letter, you see it is in their army logo, in the police. That name have made everybody from Nigeria a Muslim, both Christians.
What?
I am telling you, 2006. I'm not saying 1948.
Is the letter attached, or is it a word in the passport or something? Nigerian passport?
What is the passport?
The logo of Nigeria military means that all of us are Muslim.
Exactly.
Yeah, that of the military, but I'm talking about Nigerian passport for those who have Nigerian passport.
That's what saved.
If it is in the military badge,
Nigeria changed passport also. In the passport also, Nigeria changed passport before they have the first passport and the second one where they are incorporated with ECOWAS. That little one that bear ECOWAS. I mean the first passport. I got the first passport. For those who are saying they love Nigeria. As a Nigerian then, if you see me fighting against Nigeria, as a Nigerian then, till now, I have almost 8 Nigerian international passport that are useless to me. That's why I'm waiting for this Biafra to come. They will see how we are going to deal with that Nigeria, because you have recruited many of us down to the ground. I couldn't have been what I am today if not because I'm in Nigeria. Many of us here couldn't have been what they are because we have potentials. I said hidden potentials. That because of Nigeria, we are being intimidated, we are being humiliated, we are being ignored, we are being unidentified, we are just in darkness. So anybody or anywhere you see they are not talking about United States of Biafra, be it in any channel, get away from there. That person doesn't know what he's saying. We need to focus on this United States of Biafra to be recognized. That's the only mission. You see now how they are contradicting us, putting IPOB, getting it to America, for us to divert our attention. So, Ojugo, thank you very much. I accept your greetings, and I can see my great mommy, the goddess, Nowhere, and I can see my senior comrade, Greg. I doff my cap, but I can't kneel down for you. I doff my cap. So thank you very much, Madam Ojugo. Can you conclude?
I like that.
I'm sorry I cannot stay my duty course. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Ojugo, please continue.
Okay, well, I don't know if I still have the history of Nigerian passport anyway, because 2013, when I became an American citizen, I got my passport and I shredded the green one. So anytime I'm traveling home, I'm traveling with a visa, to go to Biafra land. I'm waiting for Biafra passport, then I can have the one for home. The green one, whatever that is in there, I've forgotten it for the past 12 years. Yeah, I shredded mine. So I don't know much about it anymore. And so, that's how much I hate that. You see that entity. When I started understanding that entity called Nigeria, I hated it so much. I hated that place with passion. I hated it as I found myself to belong to such a place. A human being like me put us together and gave us a name and using us as a company. and we all agreed to be there. I hated it so much. I was so angry. I shredded my said I don't belong to such a place. I know my rights. I know what I want. So, um, so now I'm not apologetic about it that I shredded their green pepper. Mm, I'm not apologetic about it at all. I don't want I touch it. Nah, that I don't. I don't touch it. The same thing, even their money. Mm-mm, mm-mm. If I travel home, anything I'm buying, my sister is paying for it. Yeah, she will pay for it. I'll transfer money to her. She will pay for it. I hate that. You see that place? Mm, okay. So back to back to what we're saying. So I must thank you for opening our eyes. Like if I don't learn anything now, I learned that Antioch, the Antioch that we know, is in Turkey. I don't know that before, and I know now that I know that Turkey is a Muslim country, but that Antioch to be there, oh my God, it just um kind of hit me in a different way. But that's what it is. But what we promise them is it's not gonna be in my own country. Now I'm ready to wear my boot. I'm saying it here on this. I'm ready to wear my boot. I'm ready to get on the ground and fight for my country. When we are, before you become American citizen, you will swear to others in case if they need you, you'll be available. And so I will be available for my country, United States of Biafra. Yes, I will. So I thank everybody that is listening. Madam Origin and Greg, I'm going to give you the full space to take off the mic. I love you all.
Thank you, Madam Ojugo. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's go to Diva Goddess. Please have the mic before I go to my booze.
Hello.
Yes, fire down.
Greetings to everybody in the house.
Your voice is down.
Am I coming out?
Yes, but a little bit add up.
Ekene m nwoke, ekene m nwanyị. Opatawago?
Yes, now it's okay.
Well, I just lost the thought of what I want to say, though. At times it happens like that, but my sisters who have spoken, I think you've done the job, or you just said what is on my mind. Madam Origin Ojugo, Prince Godwill, Greg, greetings to you, and Maze Chin. All I want to say, I just want to say bravo to Dr. Ngozo Rabeze and her cabinet, all our able men and women that have devoted their time to work in this USB government and cabinet as a whole. May God bless you all. You are doing a great job. You've made us proud. And God will continue to grant you guys more wisdom. Famdian, I greet you. Mouthpiece of the gods. Okay, when I mention your names, I am not forgetting others, but their names, I might not be able to call them one after the other. But I use these three people as ụmụ ife change agụ nwanyị Dr. Ngozi Orabaeze, Pam Dian, mouthpiece of the gods, unu chere ọjị chigara ụmụnne unu niile nọ na kabinet ka ngọzi a niile anyị zuru unu bụ mmadụ ịtọ ka o zuo unu niile oke ezumezu ka unu ha wee na-arụ ọrụ dị mma na Biafran na USB cabinet gọọmenti as of today. Unu na-amụ anya wee na-eme ife nke afụlọ n'anya wee na-enwe amamihe nke zuru oke. Ọ bụghị mmadụ na-enye, ọ Chineke na-enye. Unu wee dugide anyị wee duru anyị ebe anyị nọ na. Asị m ka Chineke gọzie unu, gọzie ebumnobi unu, gọzie ikwu unu, gọzie ibu unu. And our media team, you guys are awesome. You guys is working tirelessly 24 hours of the clock. Onye anyị na-emiti ha n'ụtụtụ, anyị emitie n'efifie. Onye anyị na-emiti ha n'efifie, anyị emitie n'abalị. Ọ Chineke nna bụ onye na-enye unu ike, na-enye unu ume, unu ji eme ife ndị a. Ka Chineke onye pụrụ ime ife niile gọzie unu. Ka Chineke onye pụrụ ime ife niile gọzie unu ma gbaa unu ume n'ọlụ aka unu na ezinụlọ. Ọ ya bụ ekpere nke m ji wee bịa n'ụtụtụ a. Like my sister Madam Origin said, she struck something in my mind about Madam Origin. Remember the name again. It's an Egala woman that stood and fight. I chefugo ma fight the woman. Then emechakwara ọnọ ya na Benue. Either it's Benue or Egala. But I forgot the name. Today.
To present day Zaria. I mean, of Zauzau.
Thank you. And today it is replicating itself. And then I say, and Abarayot, bife mere Abarayot. And like what you said, we are not applauding Ngozi Orabeze or no nwere any other thing. But onwere ife m na-afụta ebe ọ nọ, her calmness, her tenacity. Onwere onye a ga-epoku as a woman, eduo ya ụdị n'edula. Nya ị na-adụ ya, anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị, anyị ji ọnụ. Anyị achịpụta ịchafụ kelu gị n'ukwu. Idugide edupụta one thing. But ife adụrụ nwaanyị a, ọ dịrọ mma. Na kabinet ya, ọ dịrọ mma. Mana when you watch Pam Dian, ọ dị ka onye ogbi, mana when o release one bullet, ọ na-atọ, ọ na-espin.
Thunder.
Ọ dị ekwu ọ nọrọ n'ebe ahụ, o dere bet otu ite one ọ ya ede ebe niile a na-enwu ọkụ.
I laughed so hard the nurse na President Finland peed on the grave of his ancestors.
And in Anya, that's very passive. What they can say, God knows them and picked them and put them together for the end time battle. So, Dr. Ngozi Orabeze, like you said, Chineke hụrụ unu, because the way you people are doing and following the step they dictate, o gosiri that you guys, enwere ife Chineke tinyere unu, ma ndị ọkaikpe, ma ndị oke mmụta, that is pioneering these affairs. You are na-aga n'anya. Madam Oriji, you said something about when they were waiting for water. You understand? Nwaanyị mmadụ were nwayọ wepụta another angle, which is the best thing. In a water, since he may wear water, in a meter again, and that is what is making these people angry, because some of them that are not genuine, see, when they may even retain when they enrich themselves. So for that, thank God for loving USB. Thank God for bringing people like you and I and all of us. We sold our sleep. We are running from platform to platform, making sure that the engine, the fire is burning. Odero easy. Chim gozie unu. I want to say something. We don't need to start amam oburu n'Igbo asị nọ ịgbazi shika shika. when a pilot or cha ụgbọelu ekwụba ya na axis ọ ga-ana or relax ya na-enyozi na-enezi the ụgbọ mmiri ọ na-esel ma nke enu ọ na-esel aka ha ya atọ na steering 24 hours. When they set the pace, they sit down to watch it sail safely. Why njikwo ife dị otu a? In this movement, God has set into pilot these affairs. And ọ na-aga n'anya Chineke na-aga n'anya mmadụ. Ndị na-ekweteghị fa na-ekweta na something God is in this. Why do I say this? At a point in time, I think yesterday that I got the news. I was so busy. I think really more and senator representative of Texas, where they were saying that they are withdrawing their aid to Nigeria 100%. Madam Origin, did you see?
Yes, that is confirmed. Yes.
Yes, confirmed.
Yes.
It's confirmed. Yes.
Okay. So I was like saying, wow. Or
yes, it's confirmed. 100%.
Thank God. Ọkwachukwu na-akwọkwa the ụgbọ. Really more bịachara. For o nwere one thing a na-play concerning Benue, the killing, the buying of. He can't even what that is, the shock, the trauma from course that is. Oblinkela anya jisi onwe ike that it the trauma. Ha meche ihe a niile. See, there was no genocide in Nigeria. Nke ahụ dị aside. Anyị nọkwalụ na-ebe. Remi Tinubu, there was a time I said that Remi Tinubu na mgbe pastor ya Adeboye pụtara. Adeboye si, give Nigeria 90 days to set Nigeria correct. Okay. Tinubu bụ a Muslim and they are telling us that Remi is a Christian. And who did this? But when it was time for God to expose Adeboye, Remi Tinubu, and the lobbyists, the money that exchanged hand, had you will see there is no genocide. God, are the same people. When the breeze they blowing, the nyash or the fowl is opening. We thank God for that. So when I saw that yesterday and said, so directly, because this is not indirectly, it is now open. And during their UN conference or whatever, they said it is time that Christians, make Christians and all the Roma. Naga my family Christian God at work. I give thanks to God. Then another thing I want to say, when you are victimizing somebody, when you are castigating somebody, when you are slandering somebody, when you are using propaganda and lies to destroy and defame somebody's character, it will be paining the person you are doing it to. And it will be sweetening you, my grandmother. But there is a time, the hand of time will turn, as I am seeing today. Malami had 46 properties. Malami have universities. Malami have oil stations. Under how many years? That man they are holding innocently. Why are you people still holding Mazen Namodekano? I asked you people who daily vultures. Under how many years one person acquiring the whole property of the whole world and kept Nigerians in exile in South Africa, in so many countries where they are being humiliated? But that simple, single, innocent man turned Nigeria upside down. He said, God will punish you people now and forever. why I brought this little miracle and testimony for people that are still as the sea or the river or the ocean that drowns an elephant. Little tortoise came, then, folding his trouser that he's going to cross it. So why do I say this at this moment? Somebody, prophets, a whole lot of people have told Nigeria, leave this man and his people to go. Mazin Namode Ukukano, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, you people said no. Somewhere in Lekki, where there was no waterway, water is drowning the place. Water is nothing, submerging Lagos. They play, they show. If una no hear by small, una go hear by force. Prince Godwill says something. I'll say that no Pastor Dacho. Okay, let me bring a little picture of what Dacho said. That man, there is a point in a man's life. You choose one option. When I was watching that man, there was a time initially when this crisis was starting. He sprayed ashes on his head. He rolled on ashes. He cried. He wailed. He wept. What was happening then in Benue? That man has buried and buried and buried. He is tired. There is no more strength in him. He has seen he has seen it all. 9 people die in his family and more, and they now wrote a letter. But I love what he said. He said, the terrorists. He said, the kidnappers. He said, all this Boko Haram. Today will not be like tomorrow. We are waiting for you. For a man to make that statement, he has put in fear in there. So it's not going to be business as usual. That is what all of us need. That you even call Mazin Namo, the Kanu name. He said, come and pick me up too. I think I will be better off in there so that I cannot be seeing what I'm seeing. The man has like a stretch here to the and God is about to do something. So he said, and this Musa, I was listening to Christopher Musa, for Biafran that has sold their birthright in a porridge of pot. Musa cried, this man, Simon Eber, has taken airway, taken airspace, taking things were happening. You people connive and collude. You people thought you were doing us. You did yourself. The same Musa now, 3 days ago, made a statement. Any soldier that sees this group of people and spare them, that the soldier will face the consequence. Madam Ori, did you see that?
Yeah, I don't listen
Yes,
to them.
I saw that. Yes.
Okay, I was saying, wow. He said it and he repeated it. All the anybody
Takia.
No, I want to say something, because what I'm saying that the cause is now unfolding. They are fighting, it is open. And that's what they were accusing we Biafrans of. Self-defense. Stop buying us, stop killing us. We are peaceful people. But now that thing they labeled against us, now he has come out to say that self-defense is not a crime. Madam Ojugo, he said that. He said it's not a crime. But why are you people holding Mazen Namodekano? Why are you people not coming out with the truth? So now he has said, when you see Boko, you see terror, you see this one, give them the best treatment. Why I brought just little of this is that God is on the throne and we give all glory to him because it's only him that can bring out all these things to their own tongue. They are speaking it. So Biafrans, be rest assured. The genuine one, Madam Origin. Confusion will be in your tongue. Since you people have seen USB declared government as a taboo, that you cannot even confess it. They say the mention of the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow and all tongues shall confess that Jesus Christ is the Lord. Since you people are afraid of that name, let's watch and see. Confess it and leave. Then tie your tongue and thank you.
The way Master Prophet has confirmed and also said and called the Simon Ekpanjoko the Prime Minister. He never called him the Prime Minister, but he does now.
Can I say something here?
Yeah, quickly before I go to Mazi Greg, because he's been here.
Greg, yeah, another thing I have noticed, when some people shut down and thinking that it is business as usual. Now that they have realized that no way, it is not. Madam Ojugo, remember when you were saying that if it took him 6 years to recognize autopilot, how many years will it take him to recognize Briggy? Yesterday at Kelena, he was talking about Briggy. So which is like within 48 hours. So it is, God help them. All we are praying for everybody is to come to realize that, don't worry, that which seems impossible, it has been made possible by God. I don't know how we got this, but we have it. Please. They made it look so impossible. I tell you, I watch so many of our forebears, our elders. Whenever you ask them, they say it's not possible because it looked so. But today we have redeclared Biafra and we are sustaining and protecting our territory through IHL for their early information. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, Mazi Greg, please have the mic. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much.
Yes, good afternoon, my people. My greetings to you, Mazi Chidam. Ekene ụmụnne m nọ ebe a, Madam Ojugo, Madam Origin, the goddess, and our brother Mama Pogo, Odogwu Enugu, ma ndị ka ya bata. Ana m ekene onye ọ na-ejisi n'ike n'ọrụ. A sị na onye ọrụ nwere ụgwọ ya. God will never let us to labor in vain, and it will not take much longer again, because Chukwu ahụ anyị na-akpọ anaghị enye ụra. Ọ ga-egosi ihe o ji wee bụrụ Chukwu. He must show us that indeed that he owns the universe. The universe is not owned by Muhammad, because Muhammad is still on the grave, and our Lord is risen. So when the reason onye nọ on the grave will conquer the world, it's not possible. God forbid that. So we must arise and stand for that God that is risen and is in control. Ka anyị na-akpọ ya, ka anyị ga na-akpọsi ike, kwere n'ime ya. Maka na ndị a na-akpọ Turkey, Egypt, because of much unbelief, may ha ji wee give up, away conquer her complete. So we will not accept to be conquered and be controlled by Sharia law. God forbid that. So, yeah. Ka anyị na-eme ka anyị leta Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ebe ọ na-anọ ka Chukwu gbaa ya ume. Let him continue and not give up, no matter all the trials and the enemies around. He will overcome all those people and he will be alive and testify with his mouth. The same thing to our PM Simon Ekwanjoko. God will keep them, strengthen them, and put the enemies in their hand with victory. Ka anyị na-ekpekwa n'isi our DPM Dr. Ngozi Orabaeze, ndị Enugu gbara anyị okirikiri, because na onye fee eze, eze ruo ya, and ịkwanyere eze gị ugwu, ndị eluigwe ekwanyere eze ahụ ugwu. Ihe ọ na-ekpara eze gị ka ndị eluigwe na-akpọ ya. So anyị na-akpọ ya nọ ya the leader, ọ ya onye isi, ma ndị iro chọrọ ma ndị iro achọghị. It's a mantle that is given to her from heaven. She did not fight for it. And when Mbosoji Wega lobby anybody to make her COS, she did not lobby, never prayed that she will go to Finland and declare Biafra. So because of that reason, since God knows how all things will move and
The network.
his own reason in heaven and allow the United States of Biafra. Onye ọzọ kwụ na Finland wee stand that way pronounce that word. Onye a pụtakwuru ka ife ya. So for that, God have reason for that, and we stand with God and we stand with Dr. Media warrior na-eso na-egosi na ihe a na-eme. So Chineke gozie everybody. Yeah. I na-ekwu about our country that is ndị Fulani na-achị iwere. And some people just keep quiet. Some of them may believe. Many people don't even believe that those things is real. So some of them nature that for it to be real, they want to see how one day Fulani will just come Gidibam, where the whole Biafra land or where the whole part of Nigeria where Christians are existing. Mahama, but it's happening gradually. Every day they are pushing. And somebody have not gone to ask himself, those people who are still doubting that Fulani to Islamize Nigeria, they have not gone to ask themselves, what is these people's problem? How can you call people and say, we are having problem, this system is not working? Maznan can give them condition, okay, let every region go and develop themselves under Aburi Accord. They refused. Even when the Biafrans were not carrying anything, they did not call anybody on round table. So, okay, indeed, you are brothers and you are sisters. Let us discuss how this country can go so that everybody will have peace, everybody will be happy, and the country will grow. The government of Nigeria did not do it till today. Instead, they raise gun and bullet and start massacring people who carry flags because they have agenda. The Muslim government in Nigeria terrorist government in Nigeria have agenda. The Fulanis in Africa, the Muslims in African country led by Fulanis have agenda. It's not only in Nigeria. Why Africa cannot move forward is because the Fulanis and the Islam have conquered every government in Africa. Every government in Africa have been conquered, and they can never shift. They can never have any meaningful improvement or development in Africa. It's not possible. They will be going down every day. I was talking last time about development in our region when we were growing up. We are almost everywhere, where every town within our local government, every town, there's no town there without 2 or 3 industries. Many people in the village that time, they were going to work. That time it was ladies that many people, you will see people living in the village, many of them bought ladies, many of them bought a lot of machines because they were working in many factories in every part of our place. They were still living in the village, they're not paying rent, and they were getting a very good amount of money. What did the Bangladesh do? When things, our people, that's why I hate sometimes when I remember the kind of government of the politics the Igbo people practice now. I can't understand it. Let's go back to Bangladesh regime. We are back from Buhari after the Nigerian Biafran war. Then the man Shagari, things were still okay. Until they say instead of Shagari to finish and the Kwame take position, they do what they do. They overthrow the government and they scatter everything. From Buhari to Bangladesh, they take Nigeria backward. They make sure that everything that called democracy that wanted to enter into Nigeria that will bring development, bring civilization, bring freedom to people, that particular thing died. People are not remembering Bangida and all his evil to Abacha and all their evils. All those industries died down. Not even one survived. Not even one survived. Then you ask yourself, all those companies that Oliver the God were using to sing song that time, where are those companies? Where are those Tura? Where are those IKB? Where are those GMO industries? Where are those oil in these things? Talking about within that Anambra now. Then when you come to our own side in Imo, I remember during the time of Mbakwe, when they were calling him the crying governor. Mbakwe came to that and he said that is the richest Imo local government. They don't need help. And indeed it was true because everything everywhere at that time was developing, booming. Plastic industries, rubber industries, a lot of industries, aluminum industry, many things we are growing. The soaps industries. And all those things, all of a sudden, all of them died. What did they promote? They promote Islam from Bangladesh. They go to and take Nigerian government, Nigerian country to Islam, what do you call it? Islamic nation. So the agenda was more important than the growth. And that time, what did the Bangladesh do? Like people like this artist who is telling you it was Bangladesh that made him. They give him small change. They started selling their people. And they are still selling us till this day. So when you tell them that these people have agenda, those billionaires in Igbo land, because of the little money they have, they will tell you there's nothing like to Islamize Nigeria, that it will not be possible. How will it be possible? Now, when they go to the schools, they kidnap children. When they go to church, they burn churches. And then every morning when you grow, even when they kidnap 2 or 3 people in the eastern place now, in the church and the school, you will see that nobody will be able to send his children to school or to church again. That is how it begins. Then on Sunday, you'll be afraid to go to church. The spiritual aspect of it will be dying. How many of all those Igbo Muslims, they call them, have you ever had one of them to come out and say, why are our people being killed? That the Fulanis are coming to kill our people. You cannot hear something like that. Instead, they gave them money. They are turning now to tell you that the Christians are killing the Igbo Muslims in the East. So that is how it starts gradually. They will be pumping money. Money will be coming from Saudi Arabia, from Turkey, from Iran, from Kuwait. They will be coming. The Islams know what they do. Instead, our Christian brothers in the Western world will be talking rubbish. Instead, that government of terrorists in Nigeria will be giving them whatever they want, closing their eyes to remove their eyes in what is happening in Nigeria or even in almost all the whole African country. That is why you see what is happening. Majority of them, I was so surprised last week when the European Union come up that Nigeria have to take time for killing Christians in Nigeria. But how strong would they be? Because they are interested in gas and oil and all the criminality that they are getting in Nigeria. So that is the problem we are facing. Except the generation stand up and say, no, enough is enough. That they are killing our people and they are burning churches and they are burning schools. We don't want that our children will get up in the morning to go to school. They will be afraid. They will tell them Fulanis are coming to your school. They will tell them that Fulanis are coming to your churches. Everybody will be afraid to go to church and everybody will be afraid to go to school. Then the education level will be dropping. That is what the Fulanis is fighting. That's what the Muslims are fighting. We're at a point where they will tell you the women will not go to school. They're not supposed to be educated. They will make sure that their Sharia law stand as it is in what do you call it? Afghanistan and some other Muslim countries. That is what they are fighting. So why are those so-called Soludo, so-called P2B, so-called all these criminal now that 27, 28 years lady is dying in his compound without knowing why a child of that child at that level will just found naked in your house and being unalive? They are interested in money and having all those kind of life. Where a man of 70 years will grab a child of 25 years, give them money, and will be using them as they want. That is what our Eastern politicians enjoy more.
Please,
So,
Bro Greg, let me ask you, is that what happened? I overheard them talking about Devil Mahi, what happened in his house or something? Because it's not in the national news. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Can you talk on that? So I didn't get that story very well.
Even the story have not come out very well because they have not. The story there is that this lady, they find the lady dead in his compound, and the man is saying that the lady is an employee in my university, medical university or whatever. So, but what will that child be doing in Omahi's house? And what killed a lady of 27 years, found naked and dead in his house? And according to the news is saying that Omahi was in that compound that night. So when they found out that lady died, he drove out of that his compound. And now,
Wow.
immediately when the news broke out, he was after interested that the lady should be buried. Let them go and bury the lady. You see, before
Wow.
this thing, what I please, hello,
Yeah, my brother, go ahead. I'm just screaming, wow, wow.
yeah.
Ah,
So,
hmm.
so the question is, what is that lady doing in Omehi's compound? If she's an employee in the university, is my compound where the lady is supposed to be living? What is she come there to do? A child of 27 years. So you find out that this is how, if you remember the testimony of the one who went to his house when he wanted to become governor for the first time, that she was called to come and do decoration. They went there they went to his compound to sleep. So in the midnight, the man sneak out and trying to force the lady before she refused. You know, that is because that's the problem our people have, because of money. Everybody, you want a man like that, and that person behave like that, and you still go back to that same person to have contract because you want money, and they are trying to come to tell the public that he didn't want it. So, yeah. So our people now is only after how they will survive. Everybody want to fly private jet, want to have a connection with the governor, the senator, this thing. So when you are telling them about this Islamization that is coming to Nigeria, they don't care. So they will, somebody will just come and do small thing, they give you a check, you know, they give you LPO to come and do some supply one thing or one thing, or even you give you LPO to follow. LPO to follow, so you supply it before you make your quotation. Yeah. So already you have supplied those things, and before you write any amount, they will give you. If you have the connection, they will pay you. So they will use them as anyhow the way they want. And why is it only lady that normally go to my place, and there will be a problem? So that is a problem. And this person have family. Because of too much money, nobody care. And when you watch, the point there is another thing that happened in our so-called Igbo brothers. This guy that is a billionaire that is living in Abuja, that they are having knew that his children killed him. You see, what I read this afternoon is that the case is going to the court.
Is this a new one?
Yeah, this one, I think it happened last 2 months. You see,
is the name?
The man is a billionaire. He live in Lagos. Now, when he went into estate management, estate business, so he have to relocate to Abuja. He went to Abuja and bought a house there, and his children who finished university moved to Abuja with him doing their IT there, as and one is doing youth service. So 2 of them were living with the man, and now the news is coming that those children kill their father, because those children, the one is the son, one is the daughter. So the daughter is a lesbian, while the son is a gay. So they are fighting until yeah. So because there is no more teaching of moral, no more moral teaching at all. What everybody is after when that billions come, they don't care. Look at the man living in Abuja, having so much money, is too much. A man, they say every year he will call about 1,000 people and give them 1.5 million, 1.5 million. He will know the kind of money that person is having. You see? So that shows that the man is a real a billionaire. But the children don't have moral. There is no moral teaching. So if the Arab is conquering them, they are answering Christian just only for mere mad. They don't even know the meaning of what they don't care. So even if they tell them, they follow them as Islam. So that is why they cannot stand and fight for what is coming against them. See, this man, out of greed, he moved to Abuja to make more estate business. Now, estate business have given him short life. You see, the children, a son and a girl, two children arranged to the killing of their parents, of their father. You see, so that is the problem our people is having. Once that money comes, no, the man don't even care about what is happening in his house. The only thing he knows is that money, and the wife has sent him. So people are thinking about money. And what is happening at home, nobody cares. So that is why our people will be easily conquered if we don't take time. So, but when we are talking about all these things, some of them just keep quiet. It will not happen. But they think it will happen just overnight. No, it will be coming gradually. And that is why people will stand up out today and will be accusing Master Nnamdi Kanu and Master Simon Ekpa, who pray and fight that all those things should be stopped before it's too late. Today, somebody is accusing Master Nnamdi Kanu and calling him all sort of name. The people that he thought they were fighting with him this battle. So that is why when I had this guy, the so-called master prophet, I said, well, the earlier the sinner change, the more better, because somebody should not start accusing him. Yeah, they have done that mistake out of greed and stupidness by supporting people who jailed Simon Ekpa. At the same time, jailed Nnamdi Kanu, because Simon Ekpa had been fighting, said, these people who you see, they are not fighting me, they are fighting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He always say it. You think they are fighting me? They are not fighting me. He was talking about DOS. They are fighting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's not him. But whom they are fighting is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And people, even the so-called brothers, don't understand it. Today, Master Prophet is saying that Simon Ekpa was the only son that fight because of his father. And that is true. So when he came now to realize it, I don't think we should push him aside. No. We should welcome him and ask to give him more courage to support and fight so that the battle will be won. Completely won. Any person who is pushing him away, that person is our enemy. For me, that is where I see it. The only thing there is, yes, he has come and joined the fight, and we will watch him, because German said trust is good, but control is better. You can trust, but it's better to do control, because if you don't control and you just hope only on the trust, then you will lose 100%. So when you trust, you control that person you trust. It doesn't matter who the person is. So that is the system I think we'll be applying now to welcome any person who say, let there be peace. We don't reject people who call for peace. The people we reject are those who are still hardening their mind and did not see any good thing that Simon Ekpa and Njoku did. Some people are asking that is this criminal Okechukwu who was asking upon it, after for the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for the more than 10 years that he fought for Biafra, what did he achieve? If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not form Eastern Security Network and they pursued those criminal Fulanis from outside the bush immediately after COVID-19, by now, Plateau and Benue will be a child's play. What would have been happening in our place? But people forget those things. That these guys immediately when they went inside the bush, every part, and started burning their houses in the bush and chased them away. People forget those things. That thing is a very wonderful achievement. But people forget it today. They are insulting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, insulting Simon Ekpa, and tell you what have they achieved. I say we all know what they are. So that is our problem. So my calling is that onye onye Biafra should stand, continue fighting. We must be free. Let them go back and be on their own. They want Sharia law. They want to Muhammad. Let them go and bury themselves that is dead. We are alive. We serve the God we are serving is a living God. So then that are still serving the man who is on the grave should go and bury the dead on their own side and leave us to serve the living. Because I catch a redundant. So let everybody wake up. It doesn't matter whom the person is within your region. Continue pressing them to support the United States of Biafra. That is the only ultimate. That is the only way. Apart from that, it's a pity. I don't want to live in a land ebe na-enwe ihe a na-asọ. Achọrọ m ibi ebe ala nwere nsọ ka anyị mee ihe Chukwu kwuru na ọ bụ ihe anyị ga-eme. That is my conclusion. So I bless you, my brother, Read Television, Chinonso. I greet all my brothers and sisters here. We will not stop. We will continue until we are totally free. Kabai Demma. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mazi Greg. Thank you. Thank you, Mami Origin. Thank you, Madam Ojugo. Thank you, River Goddess and Mazi Odogwenugu. I thank you all because all your voices needed at this time. The message we have is for everyone who really want Biafra. And also why we will do it very fastly to edit Nigeria, because the more we are wasting time, the more the structure of Islamization are being implemented seriously. Imagine what's happened in Turkey, in Egypt. As of today, out of the 30 countries, we just treated only 2. Imagine what happened then, happening in our own time, the same way, burning houses, burning churches, where Christians gathered, burning school, and also buying every indigenous people. You know, I wish there's a time for us to continue to extend where you will see the number that was being pied one day in this Turkey you are seeing today. And which numbers of who? Numbers of Christians. I wish we could have the time also to see the number of those being pied in Egypt. You know this, when they use that word conquest by force military, is to romance the world. Look at Nigeria today. The agenda is very clear. That is the same strategy, the same way they destroy the indigenous Christians in a whole Egypt was they call it what? A heart center of Christians. The same thing in Turkey. As of the 2 we have handled today, when we finish about 15 of them and go to the numbers that was being killed, then he really run and go. He will really run to grab US declared, and you also join to put this recognition, because the only what serves Biafra land is Mazen and Simon Eba. If not, Mazen can form ESM at the first place to chase away these people during the time of COVID-19. Do you know how many people will chase away? Time of COVID-19. When any boss coming down from north is coming with full arm with these men, there is a one who chased all the way from Anambra, enter Imo State. They put a phone call and said, with the loaded arms, I said, we should leave them. If you're not from Mazen the Kano and ESM, when Mazen Kano is here with us for ESM, I don't think your family today, 1, could have been under Islamization. 2, you have no mouth to talk, and you don't have a house of your own, because any day they decided, said, today, live here. If you don't live, what they do is to wipe away the entire family. When they said military conquest in Turkey, what is military conquest? Military conquest is the way Nigerian government is burning our houses today. Those that are burning are those the same repentant, they call repentant Boko Haram, that their job is to Islamize you and I. When they talk about military conquest, that is military conquest under structure of Islam and their criteria. Is for a government apparatus to be the one to burn down the market, burn down the houses, also burn down the churches and any shop at all. That is when they said identify military conquest under Islamic agenda and criteria. Is it not what we are seeing today? Is not what is happening today? Are you not seeing military conquest by yourself? Those that in Biafra land today, those militarized armor tankers, that is military conquest to put you in fear. Until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa remove us from this fear. Since I was born until I left Nigeria, I have in my area 3 military checking points. Doing nothing. There was there when the hard guys rob bank in Ihiala. They do nothing. The guys rob the bank and go away. They are there to Islamize you and I. And if you reach to any military checking point in Biafra land, you hardly see one man. If there are 20, only one person will be speaking Igbo. And that one that speaks Igbo language is not an Igbo, learns how to speak. When this comes under military conquest, look at it. Why have they never carried it out? Because of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu open my eyes, open your own. Simon was the man who removed fear. The last fear in us, Obato removed it from us, and we focus on reality. The only way to run away from military conquest is 1, doing protests, 2, 3, 5 years, you stop. You form government in exile. You transition government in exile. You issue either peaceful declaration or peaceful declaration. Through this means, you are doing what? You are resisting this conquest to happen. But today that we have come to the legal line of it, that is why we have to focus on US will declare this time around. If Turkey can be conquered, if Egypt can be conquered, I give you one out there, I give you one from Africa. Tomorrow I might give you 2 from Africa, another 2 from Europe or Middle East. You ask yourself, what are you bigger more than all these people? The agenda is not just an overnight agenda. It is a continuity from where those that was there, once they died, those people will continue. The massacre that started before Biafran War of Christians in Nigeria, is it not that the same massacre that these people are seeing today, they are doing today? Is it not that the same forceful arrest, disappearance of our people that happened from then, from 1967? Is not what we are seeing in 2026. And the only one way you have to change this is by what? By a peaceful means of USB redeclared. Now that we have gotten it on a right track, not just right track, because if you are not under legal, there is no right track for you. Illegality of IPOB and the total ignorance of how we can achieve Biafra as a country is pure illegality. Chetakwa ndị banyị n'okwu Igbo na ngwere emere ife ibia na bụ ngwere ịkpọ. Gịnị bụ ife anwa ndị ọzọ mere IPOB emenwuho? Every organization handled protests. Maximum, the highest number was those handled for 5 years. And the transition to government in exile under 2 years or 1 year of government in exile, they issue declaration or redeclaration of their country. They now pursue a diplomatic recognition, and they are all country today. And not only the IPOB and the BRIG and BGC, one thing that is constant in life is changing. Then there is no Igbo. Ọ bụrụ na ọkpụ ụzọ ama ka esi akpọ ogene gbara mkpi abụọ, ya lekene egbe na ọzọkọmta ka esi akpọ ya. Nke a say no, our case is so peculiar, our case is different. Why you have never tried what others tried and you failed? How is it different? Or you are the one who decided to, out of ignorance, make it peculiar or under ignorance level. When it's come to international, you remove from ignorance and be on the line of how other people has been it. You do also know that UN declared has become the latest example as of this July. If you ask the latest example of a government in exile that issue a peaceful redeclaration, Agwagenowo, United States of Biafra. Also, in our Biafran map that has come back to the map of the world, or by your father, or by your mother, or by you. In our the plight of Biafra was disappeared. They put plight of Bonnie has turned back to plight of Biafra back. In our name. And what if I name? In our what if I name? And now we're gonna 75 government in the world as of today. So I'm talking to you. US has climbed to number 2nd out of 75 as one of the most peaceful and hardworking national organization out of 75. Where do you find no BRIG? You find no BGC, you find no CRC, you find no Ugotu and all his criminality, and all these names have been showing on this social media. In Africa right now, we are dragging first position with a country in Africa that has been there before us for over 10 years in exile, before our own government in exile. We are going head to head with them. The only thing that is they look like they are still blocking in Africa, holding number 1 is one thing. They have issued their passports. That is only what they use to pass USB right now. The people has had their passport. They base in France. If you are seeing how to stop Islamization, that you can never use organization, that there is no backup law to end Islam, to end amalgamation, to end this by forced worship. If you are today organizing mass in Nandekano, at last, become an advisor and you are not organizing USB, you never repent. That's why I said, whether anybody shall go, anybody master prophet, until they realize that what happened, that you hated Mass in Nandekano, sorry, you hated Mass Simon Epa, it will happen again. You hated the right source. Is it only when our people the leaders are inside, you will start giving them apology? What happened when they were here? That's why I said I will always come from different opinion. None of you, the master prophet, I don't have your time, but I shall go, you on your own. Because of what? The same that happened, that Obato becomes a bad person, is what happened again. That the same transition, Obato will be left all of you in your IPO organization, moving government in exile, and all of you come and bear him witness against him. He was in prison. And what happened? Now that he's in prison, he has become a good person. You remember he's right person. And you can use your common sense to articulate that what happened then has not happened again. That the only legitimate government you have to have as a country is what USB declared. And I said, I owe any of you no apology. Acharu go to hell, you no repent. Master prophets, you're deceiving yourself. I'm not attacking, but I'm telling you direct, because look at it. If you can now understand that Simon is the good guy, you must know that the mother is a good woman who is protecting the affairs of Biafra right now. That is why you are a nation. Because you are no longer, you are not even a child of 17 years, no left and right. All of you that are gullible around, I didn't ask you to stop. I say continue, because Biafran constitution must judge people, this must sentence people the same way Ghana constitution sentenced those was against Kwame Nkrumah in 1957. The same way the law of Algeria sentenced those that was against the declaration in 1960. The same way law was against those that were against the declaration of Namibia by SWAPO. The same way America used their constitution to punish unbelievers and those who was against their movement. We will give all of you punishment. Recognizing Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, you are a fool, and your madness must lead you in prison in Biafra land. And I still continue saying it in Biafra land. You see this court of no appeal in Ghana. We will repeat that court of no appeal. If that's the only one thing I will be protesting for, the government should put it, because if you hold your brother in Ghana, if they arrested your brother, you that believe in government of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, come to rescue your brother, they will give you 5 years, 10 years, which is 5 years to stay with your brother in prison. After that, you come outside. If any judge tries to visit any matter of all those people, because they said once they catch them after interview, they find out you are against the government, they dump you in prison. If any big lawyer comes to do anything about it, they will remove you from your position. Also, give those attorneys, give them 5 years. Also, we will, because the law will discipline all of you. Continue your madness. Do not stop your madness. Because it's only me, and you cannot think and rethink where we are at this stage, and how every country where you are start their movement and they become a country. So my people, we will end it here until we come back again tomorrow night for us to, for our fundraising, to give 2 countries tomorrow again. Remember that Turkey was never a Muslim country. Remember that Egypt was never a Muslim country. But today, they are all Arab country. Can't you hear that? No mocks in their midst. So please, let me give the mic for final conclusion, final submission from Mom Yojugo. After Mom Yojugo, then we'll give Mazi Greg back for final submission. Please, Mom Yojugo, if you're there, please, your final submission before we leave.
Oh, Mr. Greg already left.
Okay,
yes,
yeah.
Just to reiterate on what we are learning today. Just to be aware that what we are dealing with is not just all about religion. It has a lot to do with our lives. It has a lot to do with subjugation, slavery. This is just a means by some wicked people, those that have agreed with the devil to destroy humanity, because I don't see what else could have made these people to adopt this type of religion that is so intolerant to humanity, that has no love in its heart. And they buy their own children. You know, it's like, the Bible said the heart of man is desperately wicked. This is where I see the manifestation of that scripture. When people are selfish and evil, there is no limit to what they can do. And don't think they will spare you. Having to, the same thing they give to you, they'll collect it from you. So it's not really about Christianity. Anything that does not, obey them goes down. And go and research. if Egypt was a black African nation, or if it is an Arab nation, by the year AD is after death of Christ, BC is before Christ. Egypt existed and even colonized the world before Christ. And today, and it is, as at that time, it is still known as African nation. And today, it is an Arab nation. That will ring a bell. Stop being gullible and stop being silly. Just find out what needs to be done. If you can't defend truth, don't speak truth, because truth must be defended for us all to survive. And the truth about it is that anything, I don't care what it calls itself, anything that will tell you the law of humanity alone protects everybody. That is why America said this law of humanity is what we want to protect our people with. It is given to us by God, that all men are created equal, including the women. So why would you want to say a woman is, whether she is infidel or you want her to be dead, then if she is a virgin, you rape her first so that she will end up in hell? That is the darkest I've ever seen.
My origin.
Yes, sir.
Please, I have reached my working place. Let me, before you conclude with your prayer, I want to thank you. I don't know if Greg is out. I just reached my working place now.
It's out. It's out. Yes.
Yes, and I've on the engine. But before I start, I want to say, on origin, thank you very much. I want to support what Greg said somehow, that Nigeria have no defender. I mean, no military, and the reason why they are now asking for Igbo military or to enroll into is because those people, when I was in IPOB, we found out that they have no defense again. So now those people that have tried or free from Biafra and Rodo, they want to recruit them so that they can honorize them too. So that's the strategy now. The fool in the hole. Yeah, the fool. Catch a biovalite at Brew. Du kan Mobabora? So they want to recruit Biafra. That's why I don't know if I was harsh before. Anywhere we go, please let us advocate for United States of Biafra Declaration, because many channels now they don't talk about the United States of Biafra. All those people, we don't need to hear them. So, Madam Origin, thank you very much for giving me.
Thank you. So that's the conclusion of the matter. That this is not, we need to protect our land. We need to protect truth. We need to protect the sanctity of life. And with that, I greet you, Mazi Biafra TV. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. Who else was here? Mazi Greg, Madam Ojugo, Madam River Goddess, Madunine Kaijishike. God is on our side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Dear friends, so we leave it here. For those who just joined us, I will do, because of you, play the first session of today's program. So you will hear about these two countries, that they are not Muslim countries in the beginning. But today, they happen to be Muslim country today. Because of what? Islamization. And the same method happened in Nigeria will happen to them. So please listen to this before I shut down. After this, no more comments. I will going to go off. Remember, today, the Minister of Defense is coming today for question and answer, also to address Biafrans. I might not, because of the danger we are having this time around. Our pages are under suspension. Any sudden mistake. So if you don't see, go to my WhatsApp group and pick up the link, join the Zoom. If I find it not show it, because I think many media will not show this today's question and answer because of what happened on last week Saturday. We are under trial of 3 months, and any certain mistake, they will close our YouTube down. That is what the enemy is trying to do, and we have been attacking has been coming. So this one is for one of the most dangerous one I ever experienced. So I urge you, if you're in my WhatsApp group, go there. I will post the link of the Zoom there. Then you can also take it from there, enter the Zoom and ask your question, please. If you did not see us on live program.
The global religious map has shifted dramatically. Several regions and modern-day countries that are now overwhelmingly Islamic were once the absolute centers of other religions, most notably Christianity and Zoroastrianism. To understand how these transformations happened, it is helpful to look at the specific historical shifts of these nations. 1. Former Christian lands that are now majority Muslim. Before the rise and spread of Islam in the 7th century, the Mediterranean basin, North Africa, and the Middle East were the heartlands of the Christian world. Egypt, once Coptic Christian, what it was before. Egypt was one of the earliest and most important centers of Christianity. By the 4th century, the vast majority of Egyptians were Christians, known as Coptic Christians, under Byzantine Roman rule. How it changed. Arab Muslim armies conquered Egypt from the Byzantine Empire in 641 AD. The transition was not overnight. It took several centuries for Islam to become the majority religion, around the 13th to 14th centuries. The reasons. Many locals converted over generations due to economic incentives, such as avoiding the jizya, a special tax on non-Muslims, while later periods under Mamluk rule saw heavier pressures, the destruction of churches, and social marginalization that accelerated conversion. Today, Egypt is about 90% Muslim, with the remaining 10% being Coptic Christians. Turkey/Anatolia, the heart of the Byzantine Christian Empire. What it was before. Historically known as Anatolia, this region was the center of the Eastern Roman, Byzantine Empire. Cities like Constantinople, Istanbul, Ephesus, and Antioch were the very cradle of Greek Orthodox Christianity and early Christian theology. How it changed. Starting in the 11th century, Turkic tribes, the Seljuks, began migrating into and conquering parts of Anatolia. In 1453, the Ottoman Turks captured Constantinople, bringing a formal end to the Byzantine Empire. The reasons. Over centuries of Ottoman rule, the native Greek and Armenian Christian populations gradually shrank due to conversion, assimilation, and the migration of Muslims into the region. Following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and the population exchange between Greece and Turkey in 1923, Turkey became almost entirely Muslim, 99%.
I hope you had it. We are going to leave it here until we come back again tomorrow when we discuss about Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon, how these countries was formerly a Christian country, today becomes full Islam or Muslim country. You see that things happening. Remember the word had here, conquest. It's happening. That is what's happening in the Nigeria government today. That is how they want to Islamize you and I. Are you going to allow that to happen to you? My answer to me is no. That is why I am standing on the mandate. That's why I am standing on what Odegbonibu signed for me. That is why I'm standing on my self-referendum. I voted. What I want is United States of Biafra, not Brigi, not BGC, not Syria, not any other thing again, except what? United States of Biafra. That's what we voted. You never see it, but you voted for it. Ask yourself a question. Do not stop your madness. Continue with your madness. Biafra constitution must sentence many people. As an example, like every other one in Africa. So from me, from here, have a wonderful day. Bye for now.